Just a 2-minute countdown, and we should be good to go. Was the last voyage of the Demeter opening this weekend, or was that next weekend? Oh, okay. I'm so behind on my movie watching. Oh, yeah, totally. Yeah, the funny thing is trying to launch this podcast, I've been slowly getting behind on movies as I spend more and more time trying to fix the podcast and send it out to more and more places in 60 seconds. Thank you for coming on, by the way. And hopefully, are you open to doing a getting to know you segment? Just a quick 5, 7, 8 minutes. Cool. 30 seconds. Hey everybody, Dragon Movie Guy here. Welcome to another episode of the Dragon Movie Guy podcast. We have a good one here today. We are talking all about costumes, wardrobe, and everything that makes the clothing and the characters, that part of the characters on screen in movies work or not work. And we're talking about some of our favorite costumes in the history of cinemas, our top 11 lists, plus one more, an honorable mention each. My guest today is a fellow cinephile. He is a popcorn addict and an emerging film critic. This is a man who has his own YouTube channel. He is already past 1,000 subscribers, so he's past the monetization sub-requirement, something that I'm getting so close to myself. Fingers crossed one of these days. He is a fellow YouTuber. He is a huge movie fan, and I love watching his reviews. He does movie reviews. He does episodic series reviews as well. Please welcome, first time on the channel, by the way, his very first time we're popping his Dragon Movie Guy cherry. Please welcome to the channel, Movieman of the eponymous Movieman YouTube channel. Please, thank you for coming on, and welcome. Thank you for coming on Dragon Movie Guy.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you for having me. You know, we've known each other for a good while on this YouTube platform, and it always feels good to feel like you have a community, that you have folks that you connect to and click with and support channels and things like that. And so to be able to have the chance to do this and kind of meet, quote unquote, in person, really, really awesome. So yeah, I really appreciate it.
And it's one of the main things that I really love, at least doing about doing this podcast is, it's YouTube. It's you singular tube for the most part. So trying to meet other creators and trying to do collabs it's a bit of a challenge, but it's also a great opportunity because we live in an era now where you can live in the Midwest. I can live on the West Coast, and through a few keystrokes, go through an app or two, and we can be on the screen together, talking about movies. So it's a great time to be alive.
Yes,
I think so. So when I reached out to you about coming on, we were talking about different things we could talk about, and one of the great things about this is bringing on guests and letting them choose the topic, and it's a weird thing because I don't generally think about clothing very often. I am a t-shirt and shorts kind of guy, and with the exception of sports uniforms and superhero costumes, I really don't think about clothing. In life in general or in movies on top of that. Like, I couldn't tell you the different kinds of collars or dress styles. So when you brought up costumes, I was like, that is a really good idea because it's something that forces me to kind of stretch my thinking when it comes to movies. So when you're watching movies, like, how often are you looking at the costumes, and how does that affect you? How you decide if the movie's good, bad, indifferent, all that kind of stuff?
So, and it's funny, like, it took time for me to really, like, I feel like it's something I've always appreciated, even when I was younger, but, you know, it takes time when you realize just how, I don't know, it can often, I don't know, it can be such an essential part of film that we don't always recognize, the same way people don't always recognize writing is an essential part of film. And, like, it's just one of those things that I think ties in. Now, granted, if it comes down to it, I would rather, you know, because sometimes you worry about having style over substance. So between the two, I'd rather have, you know, some of the, you know, the other details in place, like writing, direction, and all that, over costuming. But if we can have costuming that has flair, and even when it comes to costume dramas and historical eras and things like that, being able to replicate that and do that in a way that brings you into this, you know, time period that doesn't exist anymore, I think it's something really impactful. And then also, when you look at the work that goes into costume design, I think production in general, I think when you kind of go behind the curtain, go behind the screen, so to speak, and really understand, like, all that goes into it. I mean, it is a labor of love, and it is a lot of challenges, especially, I mean, you look at something like, you know, any film set in Versailles or the Tudor, you know, era, and we have to create these massive gowns and massive collars and these hats, and for, like, you know, hundreds of extras and things like that. So for me, it is something that it's not at the forefront all the time, but it's something that can really enhance my appreciation. And sometimes it can gloss over things that maybe aren't the greatest, but if it can just, you know, draw my attention and draw my eye, I think just costume design is just something that I think deserves a lot of love, and it's something, you know, I always appreciate.
Now, we're talking about our top 11 costume designs in movie history today. What are some movies that you thought you were going to be excited to see the film, and then when you saw the film come out, that the costume design was so bad that it ruined the film for you? Like, everything else, good writing, acting, everything else was great except the costume design. Like, can you think of a few that had the worst costume design?
Oh, that's hard. Because I feel like there's always a little bit of appreciation as far as what, you know, I guess the vision that comes together in a film. I have to say, I mean, if we're gonna be fair, I think Batman and Robin is a good example. Like, I love, like, the 7-year-old me, like the young, you know, child who saw Batman and Robin at a very young age in the 90s will always appreciate it. But, you know, we have bat nipples, and we have Mr. Freeze, where it's just kind of like this massive contraption of, like, metal and, you know, these globs. And then even just, I don't know, like, there are just so many aspects of the design of that film. Everything is oversaturated and loud and so colorful. And, like, it's fine to maybe, like, I get, you know, maybe you don't want to go super dark noir Batman, but it's just loud and it's obnoxiously animated and over the top. And even the animated series doesn't have the type of aesthetic that Batman and Robin has. So that's definitely a good example just to start off with.
Yeah, of all the things that are wrong with Batman and Robin, and I actually like the character of Robin, but yeah, why? And I guess you could theoretically say, well, why do we have abs on Batman if he's got, you know, if it's all like just a chest piece anyway? Mm-hmm. But there's something about bat nipples that's just funny. Like, there's no, you could make an argument that abs make you fight better and you're
right.
more muscular and manly. are bat nipples going to intimidate the Joker or Mr. Freeze? Like, what's the purpose of bat nipples? That's good. That's a really good point.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, and like I said, when you're young, you don't always pay attention to those things, and then even though I remember thinking it was a little odd, but then my idea of superheroes and the design and all that, I didn't have the full scope of that. And then as I got older, I'm just like, whose idea was this and why? And it's just like, yeah, like you said, I don't think that plays into villain intimidation.
Yeah.
I don't know whether that was the goal or not, but it didn't succeed.
Yeah, and I still remember to this day watching the special features on the Batman and Robin DVD back then. And they even talked about the bat nipples and how, people were freaking out about it. I'm like, and they also talked about how Batman and Robin, like between both actors, they were trying to have competing cod pieces too.
Oh,
so it's kind of no, Robin wants the bigger one. I'm like, really? Like, they're generally speaking darker colored uniforms, but anyhow, the costumes were not great in that one. Although, ironically, I did love the costumes for Batman and Robin in Batman Forever. So, I don't know how they can go so bad in one film, but hey, it's all that's part of the fun of watching these things and seeing what we like and what we don't like. Also, before we get started, I wanted to do a little segment where we get to know you a little bit here too. So, as we touch up this a little bit, boom, getting to know you. So basically, it's just sort of one of those things where I'm curious, for all my guests coming on, since we don't have a history outside of YouTube, I just want to get to know you a little bit and let whoever's watching this get to know you a little bit. Like, how did you become a movie fan? Was this like really early in childhood? Did you watch a lot of movies growing up? Like, how did you become a big movie fan?
Yeah, I can definitely attribute it to childhood. My earliest movie experience, which, thanks to my mom and dad, they're able to recount this story because there's a lot I can remember throughout the years, but that's one. I think I was just a little too young for this. But apparently, one of our earliest movie experiences were going to the movie theater. I don't even know if I was 1 year old yet. And apparently I went into the theater and just flipped out. It was just something about, I'm not sure if I saw something on screen or it was something about the environment, this big dark box and this screen and or maybe the music kind of, but they said they ended up having to leave because I just was like, I was in total fear for my life. So you would think that, that would have set me on a different journey as far as movies, but thankfully, I eventually I think it was kind of a split between having, of course, eventually, appreciating the theater and that experience. But a lot of it was just home video, VHSs, telling my age, of course, because that isn't quite a thing anymore. But yes, I was a VHS watcher. I still have, one of these days, I'll probably have to do some kind of video about like the films that were in my VHS drawer, because those were kind of my earliest, experiences with films, and not even just animated films like Disney and, so many of the, the classic films from the 90s that were animated, but also films like Sister Act and Speed and Addams Family and Addams Family Values. Like those films really set me on the course. Batman, Mask of the Phantasm and Batman Returns. Like a lot of those early films, like there was something about the way they pulled me and just, brought me into the experience of film. And in some ways, I think that was kind of the foundation. And from there, I think I saw that a lot of times my experiences with movies would mirror my experiences in real life. Like, with Addams Family, yes, they're creepy and they're ooky and they're all together. Like we know how that goes, but it's like
they're the Addams Family.
Unit. Yeah, but it's like the family unit. I relate to this family who's a little odd, a little offbeat, a little, and with Beauty and the Beast, Belle having this massive love for books, which I also had because I started reading when I was 2. So I think it's just one of those things that as I grew up and I went on, I just saw just deeper insight into film and the theater experience, no matter whether I was at home or at the theater. just film became something where it was just like, this makes me feel good. This makes me feel at ease. And then it allows me to sometimes allows me to escape, and sometimes it feels like kind of a mirror of my own life. And there was just something comforting about having those experiences and just kind of being taken away, similar to my appreciation of books. And yeah, and just over the years, I just think my understanding has matured and deepened. And so now film for me is just something to where I just appreciate the, beyond the screen experience. I appreciate it on an emotional level, on a technical level, behind the scenes, all the work that goes into it. So yeah, so I just think just kind of general experience growing up and just, life in a sense.
So, but were both of your parents big movie fans, or do you think you got your love of movies from one of your parents more than the other?
I would say like they both were definitely movie people. I think because they both took me to, they would, we'd go together and then they would both take me individually. I would probably say my mom a little bit more than my dad. My dad my dad could really hang out and do all kinds of things. But so I would say my mom was probably a little bit more of the movie fan. And we end up having some, experiences with movies. And even just her own experience before I was born, with movies and a lot of things that she saw. And ironically, it's like even with her own appreciation, I feel like as I got into it, as I got older, I kind of intensified what was there. I think she probably, as she got older, she had other responsibilities, taking care family and working and other stuff like that. But I think it kind of circled around, as we started going more and more. And I had my own like, oh, I really love this. This is a part, a significant part of my life. And then she was like, oh, okay. And then, it's something that we really have are really in sync on when it comes to going to the theater and watching movies that, hanging out with each other and things like that.
Nice. I love it. Yeah, I'm the same way. Both my mom and my dad love going to the movies with both of them. What's your first like long-term memory that you have of watching movies in the theater?
Let's see. First long-term memory. Let's think.
Or at least the first one that pops in your head, at least.
I will say an early one, and it's very faint, but an early one was Aladdin. Because and it was a little disorienting because I was probably, and it was very early on, but I think I knew even at that age that watching films in the first few rows and having to like crane your neck up to like watch the screen was not a great experience. And I specifically just remember staring up into the screen of the scene where the Cave of Wonders, the kind of the beast like face comes forward, and the music blasting and all that. It was like, okay, this is a lot, and my neck kind of hurts. So yeah, so that's that. So that's probably the earliest memory, even though it wasn't pleasant. Like I said, it took a little time for us to get to like the yay, these are great experiences, but that's an early one.
Yeah, I was in high school working at the movie theater when Aladdin came out, and I don't have a whole lot of pleasant memories of cleaning up after Aladdin for sure. Like even for whatever reason, the crowd that went to go see Aladdin was like 5 bags of garbage dirty. Versus The Lion King the following year, it was maybe 2 or 3 bags of garbage dirty. I have no idea why. Maybe it was Robin Williams as the genie. I'm really not sure. I love Aladdin more than The Lion King for whatever reason, but yeah, for some reason my memories of cleaning up after the theater or after Aladdin were especially caffeine fueled and drinks everywhere. What's the biggest? You said I like you remember watching VHS tapes. What's your? You mentioned a few already, but what's your favorite VHS tape that you remember watching? Just sort of, I'm sure you're like if your mom or your dad, they probably just were like, oh God, you're watching this one again. What's that movie you remember watching that drove your parents crazy? Which VHS tape was on in your house in constant rotation?
Ooh, there was I will say, even as young as I was good about diversifying to an extent, but I would say one that I definitely came back to, the two that come to mind, one was Beauty and the Beast and the other was The Addams Family. The first film to start off with before they got the sequel out. Yeah, I was like, it was constant. It was just like, I'm not just not tired of this. Like I feel great every time I watch these films, and now that it's over, I'm sad and I want to jump back into this world immediately. So yeah.
Yeah, both great flicks. Raul Julia
Yes.
as Gomez, great. Great cast too. Still
Yes.
the test. And last the test of time. Now, have you watched Wednesday on Netflix?
I have. That actually was that was one of the films that ended up on my, I think I had it was a video I did on like my favorite films of 2022. And Wednesday made it. And I promise you, when it was first announced, I didn't know. I just was very iffy because it kind of seemed like, are we just like pulling the IP card so we can, like so we can make some money, get some ratings, and and unfortunately we are in an era where there are a lot of remakes, a lot of rehashes, a lot of reboots, a lot of re. So I was kind of like, I don't know, like we'll see. And it actually ended up being really enjoyable. And I felt like I think what was great about it is that it wasn't just the Addams family, but with Wednesday as the focal point, we got a glimpse into the world of, the Addams family, where it wasn't necessarily focused around them, but the school and the history of it and all these other kind of darker aspects.
Speaking of, we're talking costumes today. What did you think of Wednesday's costume in Wednesday?
I thought it was great. I thought specifically because like it's Wednesday's general look is pretty straightforward, but I will say like I thought the dress that they gave her like for the dance and everything, I was like, I like this. Like I felt like it was something that like it stayed true to her aesthetic while also kind of giving her a different kind of style and a different kind of vibe we haven't seen before. Wednesday is very like any variation of Wednesday that you've seen, whether it's the animated series or the animated film or the whatever it is, it's usually, the collar, the black, maybe a tie, like it's all very black and white, simple, straightforward. So I thought the gown or the dress, I thought that was a nice kind of departure from that in a way that still felt a little offbeat and odd.
Yeah, I loved just watching that first episode when I don't know what she did, whether she dyed it or she bleached it or whatever she did, and everyone else had the dark blue and white or whatever the pinstriping on their suits and dresses, and hers was just very distinct from the get go. Yeah, I really loved those choices too. As far as other things to get to know about you, what should people know about you that I haven't asked you already? What can people look forward to finding out on the Movieman? Like what you do movie reviews, you do episodic television reviews. What do you do? What do you love doing on your channel?
Yeah, in addition to those two things, 'cause I definitely do my movie reviews. I do my, recaps and reviews of, certain television shows. And occasionally, I hope to get back on board with that soon, but I also enjoy doing trailer reactions. And even beyond the reaction part, I enjoy like just getting into the behind the scenes, like as I react to whatever the trailer is, giving you the behind the scenes on, the director or certain actors, or if there's a story that it's based on, talking about the story, or if I have a specific, connection to it. That's a big part of, what I enjoy about. I love just getting into, I don't know. I think the thing for me is just kind of like knowledge and information. And with my reviews, along with my opinion, I just like to get into just all these aspects of film that people may or may not be aware of, or may want to be reminded of. And I think that's always just fun. Learning for me is always the fun part. So you'll get a little bit of that. And then I think what's great, and I kind of alluded to that earlier, but film is one of those things like music, like a lot of, television and other mediums where, there are a lot of memories attached, to a lot of films. And, when I think of certain films or I think of certain scenes, there are certain people that come to mind. There are moments from childhood, middle school, high school, throughout the years with this family member or this friend, or even in daycare, ironically enough, I still remember watching certain films from that time. And so a big part of it is just being able to, I don't know, just have the experience of recounting those memories and understanding like, hey, this medium hasn't just been about entertainment, but it's also just kind of been a reflection of my life, and how I have so many memories to look back on when I watch so many films. And it's something that becomes more personal. And I think that's something that also I didn't expect to kind of give in my commentary, but it's something I also find to be very gratifying. So if you get on board, just know you're going to get a lot of knowledge, a lot of information. You'll get some jokes and some fun and some personality, but you'll also just kind of have this more, introspective level where it's like, hey, this is, they have very significant moments attached to this, which also enhances what a great film it already is.
So since you've started your YouTube channel, which movie that you've seen that you've done reviews on, or even if you didn't do a review on it, which movie you've seen since you started your YouTube channel has hit you the most personally, that's meant the most to you, that hit you in the feels, or however you define that? What's the movie that hit you the most personally?
Yeah. Well, I would say one recent one, because there are definitely a few, but a recent one was 1001. Um, that it was a film that came out, I'm going to say it was early this year. It premiered at the Sundance Film Festival, and I believe it is directed by A.V. Rockwell, starring Tiana Taylor. And that film, I didn't have any expectations for it. I didn't know what the story was or anything like that. But that story, of course, takes place in '90s Harlem and New York, and is just about the story of this mom who is trying to reconnect with her son after leaving the prison system. And it's just about their journey together when she is just going through all of making these strides to change her life and make a different life for him, and, to change the trajectory of their lives together. And in my review, it was one of those things, because there's obviously things of gentrification and childhood and growing up in the city and all of that. And I recognize personally, as someone who is from Gary, Indiana, I touched on, my experiences growing up in this city. That for me was it's a very beautiful, very sacred, very poignant time for me with, family, friends, schools, libraries, so many things I can tell you and think of and just come to mind immediately. But, the sad part is that some cities, experience devastation based on, the eradication of certain industries, and then the effects, kind of these widespread effects it has on these towns or even surrounding towns and cities. So it was one of those things where I got really emotional, because it's like, man, like I see, there were certain aspects of it where I saw myself in the story, and I saw like my journey at that age in the '90s, and just how things have changed, and how your world, your environment, your city, the place you call home, how it can change, and it can become a place you don't really recognize. And that's kind of a core part of the story. And you have these memories, you have these things that you are firmly attached to, but none of those things are reflected in what it is today. So yeah, so I did get very emotional in that review, more so than I intended. But that's definitely one that hit home in a way I wasn't expecting.
That's fascinating, because I love when movies hit us that way, where it brings up something from the past that it either calls back to or brings up feelings that we didn't know were there, or that we forgot were there, and can make us think about our own history and our own past, and kind of reflect a little bit on all of those. And so sometimes that's good, sometimes it's bad, but making you think. I think as long as it's done in a way that's natural for the movie, that isn't just trying to push buttons and hit you over the head. I think, getting you to reflect on your own life, I think, is something that movies can do that I think a lot of other mediums have a hard time doing without being annoying or preachy, or so to do it the right way, and to have a good storyteller do that. And when their filmmaking is so good that it puts you in another time and place, that's when you know you're watching a really good film. And when you can reflect on something on top of that, it's an added bonus. What do you have coming up on your channel that you like to promote, or even a video that you just released, or a video coming out? Like what's coming up that people can look forward to if they tune into D-Movieman?
Yes. So I took a little bit of a pause for a minute just to kind of recalibrate things, and then jump back in with some upcoming content. So, of course, the most recent thing you've probably seen is Joyride, which was the Adele Lim directed film, kind of the Asian bridesmaids, the girls trip. That was a film I actually really enjoyed. And of course, with my shorts, I did the most recent shorts I did were for Barbie and Oppenheimer. Of course, keeping with the Barbenheimer phenomenon. So I have that. That was quite the experience. But I'm hoping to dive. I recorded something recently as far as alternative casting. So I want to get into, like, when we think about certain films and the people who have been cast and kind of the people we know as, in these roles. I kind of want to get a little bit more into, like, kind of having discussions or just kind of mentioning, like, hey, this is who was up for the role. This is who almost became, this person. This is who auditioned. And so I have kind of like these mini videos I'm thinking about doing, just kind of discussing that. And there are a few films that come to mind. I feel like there are so many opportunities to kind of dive into that. I'm also hoping to just kind of jump back into like ranking videos. I feel like it's so long since I did that. But I have something, a very unique ranking involving Jumanji. And of course, with our conversation about, costume design, I'm going to probably circle back around to that later. And also, as someone who's discussed a lot about my love for period pieces and costume dramas, I'm most likely going to do some kind of ranking or commentary on that because, like I said, period pieces just hit different for me. And there are so many that have also shaped, my own love of cinema and film and just the experience of that, on the screen and even, behind the scenes. So yeah, so that's what I have coming up the most. I also have, coming up soon. I also have an upcoming collaboration with Anthony A. Perez, where we will be covering the last film in the Jaws franchise, Jaws: The Revenge. It has been a journey. We also covered the first three films, and whoa, just seeing the progression of the franchise has been unfortunate, but it's been fun as far as collaboration. And then Did You See That, aka Mike? We will be doing a terrible movie collaboration on Titanic: The Legend Continues. It's an Italian animated film about the Titanic sinking, which also features a rapping dog. So there is that as well.
Love it, love it, love it. Speaking of the alternative casting, what's can you give me one example that you found of alternative castings of people that were almost cast in a famous role?
Yes.
One that you're willing to share, at least, that won't completely spoil it, but will hopefully entice people to look out for the video when it comes out. Like, what's one of the ones that you came up with for alternative castings?
Yes. So I found out actually that the singer, I don't know if you, well, I'm sure you're familiar with the Scary Movie franchise, but I did not know for the longest, because Regina Hall is Brenda. Like, when I think of Scary Movie, like, Brenda is like the MVP of that franchise. Like, there are a lot of fun characters, but Brenda is just, she's hilarious. And so is Regina Hall. And so I found out that Aaliyah, she was an R&B singer, kind of up and coming actress at the time, who sadly passed long before her time. But she was actually up for the role of Brenda, and she purposely turned it down out of respect for Brandy, because it's parodying. Brenda's kind of a parody of Brandy's character in I Still Know What You Did Last Summer. And so for Aaliyah, it's just kind of like, I don't want this to seem like I'm poking fun at her specifically. And so that was just her personally. She had a friend, I think she might have had a friendship or maybe just some kind of mutual respect for Brandy. So she turned it down. And then Regina Hall ended up getting on board and becoming, the Brenda we all know and love. But that really shocked me because, of course, Aaliyah had done films here and there, but I never knew she was up for that role.
Yeah, that's new to me. I remember when she passed, and I forget which movie it was, but they digitally she hadn't finished filming one of the films when she. So there's like, it's sort of like Brandon Lee and The Crow, and they did digital face replacement and all that kind of stuff. But I did not know that she was attached to the Scary Movie franchise. That is cool.
Yeah.
That's cool. So yeah, So look out for all of those. And Movieman, thank you for letting me get to know you.
Yes.
Still working. I'm still working on the out for that, but
it's all good.
Let's see. Do that there. Boom. By the way, I love the shirt you're wearing. We're talking costumes. We're talking clothing. I don't have anything as fancy as this shirt that you're wearing in my closet. What is this shirt you're wearing? It's great. Is that sharks on it, or what is that?
No, this is actually like old. I mean, there are different eras that have it, so I wouldn't attach it to a specific one. But when you think about like brocade, like designs, like old school brocade, it's basically kind of like a, I don't know if metallic is the word, but it's basically like a kind of a pinkish kind of brocade color that's on with a black background. Basically, I saw it online. I was like, man, I kind of like this. This has this kind of traditional vintage vibe, but the cut is something more modern. So yeah, so I had to get it.
Yeah, it looks great, and it's just shiny enough. And the only thing that I can think of is gold leaf. Like when you think of gold leaf on
Right.
but see, that's why having you on is great, because I don't have the vocabulary to talk about clothing. So having you on as someone who knows more about clothing than I do is the exact reason why we should be doing our costume ranking today. So how this is going to work is we have a top 11 list, and we're doing one honorable mention film each. Between our two lists, we have two films that cross over. So we're going to go based off of your list, and when you bring up the movie that's also on my list, we'll also talk about it on my list when that comes up. So my list is going to be a little bit scrambled, but we'll go back and forth. And when you talk about a film and it's also my list, we'll talk about it there as well. So we'll start with your number, your honorable mention is. No, it's not switched. There we go. Switched over. Your honorable mention is one that's also on my list. Gone with the Wind from 1939, winner of however many Academy Awards, including, I believe, Best Picture. Also, this is also the person who did the costumes is Walter Plunkett, who was just doing a bunch of research. So tell me about the costumes on Gone with the Wind. And I actually did find a picture of Walter Plunkett. Here's him with a pencil-thin mustache, like he's a member of Backstreet Boys, with one of what I believe to be the Gone with the Wind gowns. Tell me about the costumes in Gone with the Wind.
So I would say, like, when I think about like just completely like decadent, over the top, just like visual like overload costumes, and there are a lot of examples as well, but I just think definitely one that kind of changed my perspective, especially in the way that I saw, older films, because I grew up at least for a good amount of years with films that were very much here and now, modern, 90s, or just around the present day. And so I remember, and really me seeing Gone with the Wind initially was an accident. I was kind of going through the TV, wasn't feeling well, had a heating pad on, and I was just kind of like, okay, it doesn't really matter what's on the television. I just want to feel better. So I think eventually, I think it might have been TNT. But yeah, I looked on screen, and then I just kind of saw like these like these massive hoops, these massive hoop dresses, and I was so like fascinated. I'm like, gosh, like, and you almost forget that there are legs underneath there, but I just was so kind of like mesmerized by that. I was like, man, I've never seen anything, and it was just multiple gowns like with these hoops. But of course, we're representing the 1800s, the plantation class, and so on and so forth. And what I also appreciate about the costumes is that not only does it showcase, of course, that era. But then as we go through the Civil War and the Reconstruction, we also see the transition into the bustle, era of, so we kind of switch from it being these massive hoops to then having this, kind of more svelte silhouette, something more simple in the front, but then it flounces in the back. And there's almost kind of like a slight kind of hoop coming, out of the back. Everything kind of shifts back here. And as I walk past, you see, all this detail behind me. And this is more simple in the front. So that's something I also really appreciate about Gone with the Wind. It just kind of just showing the, the passage of time, the changing of society. And I also love, I've seen, of course, some of the behind the scenes stuff with Gone with the Wind. And so I believe it's Anne Rutherford who portrays one of Scarlett O'Hara's sisters. She said when they were, they were on set and, they were being dressed and being fit and coming up with the looks, she spoke with David O. Selznick, and she recognized, the kind of details he was putting into the dress. And so he was putting like actual silk petticoats underneath. And mind you, like the layers to these dresses and everything, like these petticoats are not something you could see. You could honestly put anything under it and who would know? So she was like, okay, she told Mr. Selznick, like, please, like, I don't want, I don't want you to have to, you're spending too much money. I don't want you to have to go overboard. I don't want the film to go over budget, blah, 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 blah. Besides, who will, use cotton, use a different fabric, who will know that silk is underneath, no one will know that silk, is underneath these dresses. And he turned to her and said, you'll know. And he walked away. And he basically said that to say, like, we are putting these details here because you, as the Southern Belle, you have to have this mindset that you have the best, and every detail of it has to reflect that, even if it's something that they technically don't see. So that really shows where David O. Selznick, where Walter Plunkett, like where everyone was coming from as far as like how decadent, over the top they wanted to they wanted to go as far as depicting this class and this, this era of people about the town. So yeah, Gone with the Wind is just one that is just so memorable in so many ways.
Now, do you have the live stream up on your monitor there? Can you see the picture that I have up?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What are your thoughts on these costumes here? Like, how would you describe them? And then there's also one from Scarlett there. But talk to me a little bit about Clark Gable as Rhett Butler and Scarlett O'Hara here. What do you think of these two outfits? Because again, I don't have the vocabulary to describe these outfits, but are these the pre-Civil War or are these the post-Civil War?
The initial shot with Rhett and Scarlett, that's actually pre-Civil War. And of course, one other piece of the story that's interesting is that they showcase kind of the transition also in funeral wear, because Scarlett becomes a widow very early in life. And the rules of the society demand that she must remain in widowhood with this, black veil, black bonnets, just everything black. And she, of course, she's young and she's kind of a teenager still, very much a young adult. And so she's kind of like, she's angry, she's upset, she's like, I'm just going to go around scaring people in this thing. So she's, she's over it. And so, when Rhett, is in the mix, and of course, there's this whole very memorable moment where as a widow, she's not even supposed to appear in social functions. And then they have this situation where, they're doing this thing to raise money for the war efforts. And, they're kind of bidding on the women just for the sake, we're raising money just for fun for the dance, like bidding on them, for the dance. Who I'm going to lead you to the dance. I'm going to lead you through this dance. And Rhett decides to call upon Scarlett, who is the widowed Mrs. Hamilton, and everyone is scandalized. But Scarlett's like, okay, I want to dance. I don't care. And so this is kind of the aftermath, after they've had this experience. And Scarlett starts to develop this bond with Rhett because she realizes he's willing to kind of buck convention. And despite how she wants to present herself, she's willing to buck convention as well. So yeah, so this is kind of the moment where he buys her. And this actually isn't the literal color. He gives her this green. It's kind of like this kind of emerald green bonnet. And you can see her trying to, how she ties it. And even that piece of it is interesting. Like it shows like the details of the taffeta and the velvet. And she even tries to be funny with him and flips it the opposite way to act like she doesn't know what she's doing, to kind of get him to see what his reaction is. He's like, what, like, what are you doing? Like, that's not how you wear the latest fashion. And then she obviously gives away that it's a joke. But even just seeing like how she ties it into like this perfect bow and how it drapes over this black funeral dress and everything, which of course she can't actually wear, but just the fact that this is something new and it's something colorful and like she's excited about it. And then Rhett, of course, with his style, it's something that isn't quite, it's plantation-esque, but he's someone he's from Charleston. He's also visited the North and he's well-traveled. So his look has something that's a bit more, yes, this is the 1800s, but it's a little bit more forward-thinking and modern as someone who's been to Paris, who's been to England, and like his looks have a sharper look to them.
Yeah, it's funny because I remember I never watched Gone with the Wind growing up, but anyone that's flipped past the Carol Burnett show remembers the Carol Burnett walking down the staircase and with this, I just found this hanging in a window somewhere. So you realize these are Gone with the Wind references, even if I haven't seen Gone with the Wind. I think the first time I watched Gone with the Wind was 6 or 7 months ago when I found it on HBO Max, and just sort of, it's like, oh well, how can I do a movie review channel if I haven't seen one of the most talked about movies of all time? So I finally watched it and I was like, wow, this is actually really good. And I guess that shouldn't surprise me, but it was fascinating because when I was noticing the clothing, what struck me was actually Clark Gable's Rhett Butler in some of the early scenes when he's at a bar before he goes to the plantation, and he's dressed in what I can only describe as sort of a Han Solo type costume, where, and obviously this is 40 years before Star Wars, so it's Star Wars calling back to Rhett Butler and westerns in general. But I was shocked. I was like, oh wow, it's like Han Solo 40 years earlier and with a mustache. So it's fascinating seeing all of the different some of the, as you're saying, some of the hula hoop things that are the hoops that go into these dresses, and now we're seeing why I don't think about fashion all the time. But yeah, it's fascinating, the looks of these gowns and the decadence of the style of the era, and it's fascinating to me too, because when we look at Gone with the Wind came out in 1939, and when you think the Civil War is 1861 to 1865. So Gone with the Wind is actually now at a point in time where it's closer to the Civil War than it is to current day. And so there were actually people that were probably still alive that saw Gone with the Wind in theaters that were born around the time of the Civil War, which is a weird thing to think about. So that the equivalent, though, would be us in 2023 watching a film that's shot current day but set in 1940 or 1950. So it's just weird how time passes like that. And to think about that Gone with the Wind, yes, it was a period piece even when it came out in 1939. But the length of time between when they're portraying and when the film came out, it is not as long ago as it is for you and I looking back at the Civil War. So it's fascinating differences in time and style and fashion. So, and then the other thing I pulled was this one here. I think this is the gown that you're talking about where she's in mourning, or where they're at a wedding, or I'm guessing it's a wedding or some sort of a formal occasion where everyone's dancing, or they're again.
Is it like the row kind of, I think, or like, basically, is it like 1-2 rows of people?
Yeah, it's the men on one side and the women in these big ball gowns on the other. And Rhett Butler's going up to Scarlett O'Hara, and they're holding hands as they're about to do some sort of a dance thing in this giant hall, like a wedding reception
So this is the scene I mentioned earlier where like it's the bidding, and they're this kind of in they're donating money, and there's kind of a gathering to celebrate, to raise money and kind of celebrate, the men who have gone off to war and so on and so forth. So this is kind of the moment where he, goes up to her, and I think it's the Virginia reel that they're doing. So it's kind of this thing where you have these two, I think the women and then the men, and then they come together, and then it's a very interesting kind of intricate, kind of dance, but it involves kind of the switching from side to side and then going, down the line.
Nice. I also have Gone with the Wind on my list. I have it at number 10, and for me it was just sort of one of those things where it covers so much time, and the fact that it covers both pre-Civil War South, and then during the Civil War, and then afterwards. Just the casting. The cast is so big in this that we get so many varieties of costumes that really do put you in the environment. And so you get this real sense of the lap of luxury, that's this bygone era of the pre-Civil War South. And then you see the effects that war has on the South and how people are dressing differently in those eras. What do you think about how the costume decisions, costume designs was able to reflect those different times, and how does that translate to us as viewers?
I think that the great thing about it, because the thing is, when it comes to the Civil War and a lot of the political, let's just say the political complications of that, and a lot of the deeper things that went on there, there are obviously things that conflicted, and the ideals and things like that. And so I think a big part of it, and I say this as someone who's also read the book, there is a lot of commentary, and also which is said by Rhett, that a lot of what the plantation class or the South has is cotton and Southern pride, but they don't have the awareness of what it takes to really go to war. They don't have the awareness of what slavery really means. They don't have the awareness of a lot of things. They have their money, they have their gown. And even in the book, they talk about how, like, even before the war happens, like, everyone was content to have the kind of the same old life, the same old world that would go on forever and ever. And so I think it's meant to kind of reflect this general, what's the word? Just kind of this general consistency. Like, we all do the same thing. We all know the same people. It's very continuous. And I would say Scarlett is kind of the small one who is kind of, as a woman, as probably as the only woman, who is kind of bucking convention with her look, because you can even kind of see, there's even kind of like this whole moment where she's not supposed to wear a certain type of dress that shows this much of her, of her décolletage or her shoulders and all that. And, the way she flirts with the men and so on and so forth. And, you get a sense of that, and you get a sense of how she stands in contrast to the other women. And then when the war comes about, you kind of see some of the changes, especially with Scarlett, how she kind of goes from that to being someone who is relegated to this one dress, no hoops, patches, bruised, bloody, sweating, all of that. And then, starving, really feeling the effects of how the war has devastated everything. And then when she has to venture out to save her home, from the carpetbaggers and the taxes and all this financial devastation, she has to kind of make resources out of the one thing she has, which, the last thing of finery, expensive, something that's expensive, which is her mother's curtains, which is the kind of the memorable, iconic, green velvet curtain dress. And it's kind of reflecting a kind of finery and beauty that no longer exists in society anymore. And then as Scarlett starts to kind of make her way up, then slowly but surely she starts to kind of reflect some of that, but it's something completely new. Like, her looks and her designs and how she moves through the world and life, it shows like her that she's forward thinking, and it's no longer this young. It's someone who is still bucking convention, but is also like going forward into the future, like looking ahead already. And Rhett is kind of the one who's there, kind of as an observer, who recognizes the same kind of fire and rebellion in her, because he also has it. But we also just kind of see just the changing of the times and how some people are able to move forward and it's reflected in their looks, and some are really just stuck in the past. And Scarlet and Red are people who are not stuck in the past, and they are prepared to move forward. And I think as the viewers, we're able to identify with them as characters as society changes and as their lives slowly, come together and converge.
Now, when one of the key points in the film is when her dad basically loses it. He gets PTSD, and he can't be the head of the household anymore, and she has to take over. That's a key point of the film for her. Does she start dressing differently at that point? And do you see that as a key change in her character if she does dress differently?
Not at that point, because when she discovered everything, once she finally makes it home, in the midst of the war and having to kind of escape from the burning of Atlanta and all that, she basically kind of comes home to find. I mean, its home is still there, so that's great. But there are people who have run off. There are people who have died, and then of course with her father, he's lost his mind, and so there's a moment where you see her kind of assert herself, and then we kind of get this slow kind of progression into the very famous, I'll never be hungry again scene, and her standing, and it's a very memorable and obvious contrast to the last time we see her standing at Tara against with the sun, setting, and kind of fading in the distance. The last time we see her is when she's with her father in her gown, looking over the bright, beautiful, fields and the estate. And this time it's her standing alone as everything is broken and ravaged and everything like that. So no, it's a long time before we see her in anything. She literally is kind of stuck in this form for a long time. And it's really not until she has to literally venture out to save, the home, that she has to kind of really think like, okay, this is how I'm going to raise the money, and I have to at least look something like, like myself again. So it's also her having to kind of call on the past in a sense to, kind of go forward and ensure that Tara still has a future.
And when you think about that final scene, frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn.
Mm-hmm.
What is she wearing in that scene? What does that talk about her character? How does that speak to her character at that point?
I think it speaks to the evolution of Scarlet as far as mourning, because of course, when we see her very early on in the movie as a widow, as a very young widow, and even the style of that, how it's this shroud. Everything is covered up, and the bonnet is very oppressive in the way, and just the veil, everything is just covered. And, this time when we see her, of course, the style of it has changed. Everything is more streamlined. The way the collar sits, she doesn't have this shroud and this veil and all that. And so everything is a lot more straightforward, but it is also her having to contend with the loss of her life as is. She loses Rhett. She loses her daughter. She loses, her standing in society. She loses Melanie. Like, she has lost her world, so to speak. And so I think it's kind of the final reckoning as far as her recognizing what her life has led up to. And so it's kind of a full circle thing when we see her in the black dress again, because there's a literal mourning that's happening, but it is also kind of the end of everything as we see. But then, of course, Tara is the thing that is always there, and we end off on that note, as the same way we do in the book. But yeah, as far as the look, I think it's kind of a full circle from where we see her then, and what she has to lose at this point in her life, and what it means to now grieve and understand the loss of that now.
And finally, what was your favorite costume in all of Gone with the Wind? Which of the costumes, any of the characters, any of the dresses, which one is your favorite costume from Gone with the Wind?
Yeah. There are plenty, but the one that is just like, and it doesn't even appear for that long. It's probably less than 30 seconds that we see it on screen. But the scarlet dress, where basically Rhett, after he hears these rumors of, basically he hears the rumors about Ashley and Scarlet, and it's a moment that actually is innocent, but at this point, everyone believes that they're having some kind of situation going on, and so. Scarlett is supposed to appear at Ashley's surprise birthday party. And, Rhett basically purposely makes her dress in a way that is ostentatious, that is vulgar and over the top and just very like nothing that she would technically think to wear at a birthday party, but definitely not now that everyone thinks she's some harlot, basically. And he's like, no, 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 you're gonna look your part tonight. So let's go. And she shows up, with this whole like over the top, very expensive, like something she would wear to a ball. And he leaves her there, and it's just this very striking look. But what it means for her, kind of having this scarlet letter on her and being what she's being viewed as, it's a very kind of tense moment. But the look is just so like, man, it's just one of those things I always think of when I think of Gone with the Wind. And there are plenty of gowns to choose from, but that is just like, I can never forget that one.
Nice. I'll have to look that one up for sure. Let's move on to your number 11 choice, and your number 11 movie is Anne of the Thousand Days. I always think of it being the phrase Anne of a Thousand Days, but
right.
the title for this movie from 1969 is Anne of the Thousand Days. Tell me about Anne of the Thousand Days and some of the fashion that takes place in it.
Yes. So Anne of the Thousand Days. So one thing I have to say, along with my love of period pieces and costume dramas, what adds to it is that I have a huge love of history. So, and what also helps is when I see a film that reflects an aspect of history that I know very, very well. So anything having to do with the Tudors, with Henry VII, Henry VIII, his 6 wives, his family, his ancestry, like all of that, Elizabeth I, all of that I find interesting. And of course, the costuming and just the actual clothing around that time was a lot, as you can imagine. So,
and by the way, these are costumes designed by Margaret First, who won the Oscar for Best Costumes for this year. Sorry for interrupting.
No, you're good. But yeah, what I love about this one, because I kind of realized also as I've gotten older, I recognize, and I'm not as much of a like, oh no, how dare you do this? Some people really take offense. I get it. But for me, when it comes to costume design, I feel like there's room for reinterpretation. And I understand it can be harder to make something that is 100% historically accurate. I would prefer it, but I understand it can be a little bit more of a challenge. So I think a film like Anne of the Thousand Days is someone who has seen the Tudors and the other Boleyn girl and has seen, all these variations on, on Tudor clothing, especially as far as royalty, Henry VIII, Anne Boleyn and all that. This stands out to me because this is probably the closest I've seen a film get to as far as the actual look, with the gable hoods, the French hoods, the sleeves and the gowns, and even Henry VIII's look with his hats and the shoulders and the jackets and the furs. There's something very of course. There's something very ostentatious and very almost heavy about the looks, but that's what it comes down to with the hair and just with everything, all the accessorizing. Like there's a lot that goes into this, especially since we're dealing with the king and queen. And so I think what I appreciate is just understanding the detail that has gone into it. And I think that's what I appreciate the most. Because like I said, I've seen a lot of reinterpretations. Some reinterpretation, that's okay, but a lot of it, that's just not the best. And I'm not really a fan of. So just seeing something that is like this, basically seeing a film representing the clothing as is for the most part, that was very satisfying for me.
So I pulled up a few pictures here. Tell me a little bit about this picture. We've got what looks to be a cardinal in the church, yep. I believe, and is that Anne in the very fancy dress with Anne Boleyn, yes. with the dress and the headdress and the talk to me a little bit about this dress and what this is what a 17th century, 16th century.
This is actually 15th
century. Okay,
yeah.
And how is talk about this fashion style that we see Anne wearing here?
Yeah. So this is kind of the style as far as, and of course they still play a little loose with the headdresses because we still try to lean into kind of the feminine. And I'm not even saying that as far as the actual character, but of course, this is Hollywood, and we still want to see, these women with their hair out and longer. And so I noticed even today, there are films that kind of play around with, headpieces and things like that that show, more of the hair than technically would have been shown. Most of the time it's up, it's out of the way. You don't really see any of that. But of course, we also have to have that glamour part of it. So yeah. And they also are leaning into, I've seen, they've also did this on the Tudor series where they kind of had, where Anne Boleyn had these headpieces that were crown-like or almost royal, kind of signifying that she's moving into the royal space. But since he is still married at this point, she's not quite there yet. And then with the colors, I'm a big, blue is a color I really, really enjoy. So you just see a lot of the details as far as the sleeves and the cuts of the neck and the kind of the petticoats, which of course there's all different kind of styles with that. But this is the English style specifically, and it's not quite as elaborate as like anything you'd see in Versailles or France. But even with its kind of simplicity in comparison, you still see kind of I don't know, you kind of see that she still has a certain level of wealth and status, which she did even prior to becoming queen.
And when you flip over to this one, it looks like a wedding scene between our characters, or at least a religious, semi kind of official. I don't know what this weird like a head braid thing is. It kind of makes her look like the Scarlet Witch a little bit with with the weird headband thing going over her head. What is the headband thing? And talk about both the men and the women's clothing in this shot here.
Gotcha. So when it comes to the looks for this scene, I do believe, let me check and make sure.
It's sort of funny, like seeing the guy. It looks like he's at a college graduation, if anything. Like it almost looks like with the bowl haircut and the.
Oh yeah, yeah, and some of that also is very accurate as far as the looks, which can be very kind of off-putting. But no, surprisingly enough, no, this is a scene towards the end where Anne is falsely accused of some things she did not do because Henry is trying to get rid of her. So it's a scene that gets heightened very quickly. And so yeah, this is an example of, I believe this is the gable hood. Because the gable hood kind of had more of like this kind of cradle roof kind of look to them. This one, I'm thinking this one might be French because there's kind of a slight difference between the two. I'd have to kind of look and verify, but I think this one is the French hood, and the shape of it, of course, like I said, they were required to basically have their hair up and out of the way. And then, of course, you have the details over it. And even with the gentleman she's standing next to, I'm not sure if this is William Percy or someone else, but yeah, you have, the funny thing is with the men, I mean, like there's definitely a lot of detail, like with the sleeves that you can't quite see that they would kind of get into, but then they would also kind of wear these very, I won't say like, obviously it's of the time, but you see where the men wear like these tights and these kind of like kind of shorts, almost like looking like, it's hard to kind of explain.
Like capri pants, kind of like between shorts and shorts and long.
Yeah, because it's like there are these kind of puffy parts, like above the knee, and then the rest of it's kind of like tights. But yeah, there are kind of more details to it that I still have to kind of make sense of. But yeah.
And how did I've got a picture too of Margaret first. How did her work on this film affect your enjoyment of the film?
Oh, it definitely enhanced it a lot because, like I said, I've seen plenty of Tudor films, TV shows, documentaries even, and there was something very I don't know, I just felt like there was. First, just the fact that there was some accuracy there, because like I said, even I'm not sure if you've seen the CW series Reign, which I didn't realize was Tudor related at all. I thought it was just some medieval series they came up with. But yeah, their take on the fashion of that time was to basically do like modern interpretations. Like, so instead of like dresses and gowns and looks that reflected that time, we have a wedding dress that looks like it was worn like in this millennia. And I'm just like, that's not, I mean, that's a choice. And I get it. I think they're trying to play into the whole teen CW, like kind of like modern and new, but I think there are levels to that. And that's just kind of like, all right, I think we're going overboard here. So in comparison, I like that Margaret First really, from what I can tell, really looked at the designs, really looked at the details and said, okay, let's really like craft this world, craft this society, these courtiers, this king, this queen, and like let's get into what this really looks like. So that, I mean, it definitely was a big part of why I enjoyed this film so much. In addition, of course, to the great performances with Richard Burton, Genevieve Bujold, and so much more.
Now, and I have not seen Anne of a Thousand Days, but there's a reason why you chose it, and there's a reason why she won the Academy Award for that year for this film. So that's why I'm asking, like, what's the difference between Anne of the Thousand Days and any one of other period pieces that came out in that same year? And
I just think
just attention to detail, or is it something else that really stands out?
I think because of course, and granted, I don't mean to make it. I feel like I keep going to the gowns because it's just like that's where like there's so much fabric and so much detail that I automatically go to. But no, I think I think when it comes down to the vision for it, there's just something that she had an eye for as far as, I don't want to keep saying the details, but I just think even her color choices and the styling with the hoods, and like I said, even with Henry's character, what they show in regards to his look and where he is at this point in his life as he's trying to break away from this marriage in life. So I don't know. I just think it stood out. I just think probably I don't want to keep saying that, but I do think, as they say, the devil's in the details. And so I think there's something very distinct about. And then, of course, these are not a picnic to make. No costume is really a picnic to make. But when you really kind of look at what has gone into these, I just think the quality of work really stood out, and I think that's a big part of why she won.
Nice. And yeah, and because this is a film that I haven't seen, that's why I'm asking. Like, I'm not kidding. The only thing I've ever seen of Genevieve Bujold is the deleted scenes from the Star Trek Voyager pilot because she was originally cast as Captain Janeway, and she lasted half of the first day and said, "Yeah, you gotta bring in someone else because I cannot do this." So that's the only thing I've ever seen with Genevieve Bujold. So yeah, it's interesting. Anne of the Thousand Days, Oscar-winning film, definitely something to put on the list to watch. As we jump over to my honorable mention, this is my honorable mention is Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. This is one that came out in the year 2000. It nominated for a few Oscars here and there, and the costume designer was an Oscar-nominated costume designer. His name is Tim Yip. I can't remember whether I actually found a picture of Tim. Oh, yep, I did. I believe that is Tim Yip in here somewhere. Anyhow, yeah, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, great film, and the costumes in this are so great to the period, and I don't watch a ton of Asian cinema. I try to watch more and more Japanese films and South Korean films and Chinese films, but there's something about Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon where the costumes in this film just literally jump off the screen. You get Michelle Yeoh as our main character. I mean, obviously she's won an Oscar now, but some of these outfits that she's wearing, that allow her to do martial arts and yet still have a sense of beauty and grace to her.
Right.
Like I have a shot here of her holding two different swords, and yet she still has a certain style to her. Right. And it's it's I think I believe a pink dress, and there's some lines on it, and it's also interesting because with all the four main characters in this film, the sense of style, you go from the city urban kind of very detailed, very decadent, to out in the forests and when they're fighting, and there's such a great craftsmanship to this film. It's hard to put my finger on it, but yeah, it adds so much to the believability of the film that Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, it just adds so much texture to it. Yes. I love the film overall, and I think a good portion of that is because of how amazing the costume design is, and how well the costume design works with the hair and the surroundings, the 360 sets. They didn't just put up some random buildings on a soundstage somewhere. They definitely shot on location, and I love the costuming in this movie from beginning to end, and it's so visual, it's so textural. It really does put you back in whenever the times were, whenever this was taking place back in the 17th, 18th century. So Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon is my honorable mention. Have you seen this film, and what did you think of the costumes in Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon?
Yes, I saw Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon when I was very young, and I've mentioned before that this was kind of my not quite adult, but this is my more mature understanding and earliest appreciation of Asian cinema in any form, much less martial arts and all these other dynamics. But I love Crouching Tiger and Dragon, and I still do. It is one of my all-time, definitely, like when I think of like my all-time favorite films, or even all-time best films, that's definitely up there. And I think what I love about the costuming here is the opposite reason of why I love the costumes in of a Thousand Days, because there is a simplicity to these looks, like the way that like everything seems like a lot more dialed down and simple. It looks like everything can, everything looks like it can really breathe. Everything looks light. And even when it comes to the formal looks, like when Shu Yin meets, there's a kind of meeting in this formal setting and having tea and sitting there versus when she's out, out and about in the forest, and just kind of seeing the contrast there. But everything still feels very like light and calm and relaxed. And then one of the few times where we do see something somewhat complicated, it's more so in the headpiece. I don't know if you remember the scene where Zhang Ziyi's character, she's about to get married, and when we see her lift her wedding veil, we just see like all these details as far as her hair and the headpieces and all that. So I think what I appreciate about it is kind of like for the opposite reasons. There are a lot of details here, but it's like there is like kind of a simple effortlessness to the details.
And it's amazing too, because these costumes they look great in the city, the urban environment, but these costumes are practical costumes too when they're actually doing fighting sequences. So when we have the martial arts fights, literally on treetops, jumping from tree to tree, flying from tree to tree, the costumes in this film look just as good as they do when they're all formal and at a party in the city. So it's just for some reason I lack the verbiage to be able to talk about them in great detail. But anyone who's has not seen Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, great film, and the costumes in that film totally add to the characters, and they really add to the sense of realism to the film too, because in a film where everything is slightly elevated from reality, where people are jumping from treetop to treetop, the clothing has to reflect the reality of that, to where you're not going full sci-fi, you're not going full fairy tale, but it is still kind of grounded in some sort of way while they're doing the martial arts fights from treetops. And yeah, it's great film, and I love the costumes in Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Let's move on to your number 10. And your number 10 is What's Love Got to Do with It? What does love have to do with it? This is Tina Turner, and Ike Turner, that whole story. Tell me about the fashion in What's Love Got to Do with It? And interesting too, this is Ruth E. Carter, who recently won the Oscar for costume design for Black Panther. Not nominated for this film, but an Oscar-winning costume designer 30 years before she won, but still great costumes. Tell me about What's Love Got to Do with it?
Yes, and like I said, this is a great example of how Ruthie Carter, and even before, I definitely, but just she's been putting in the work for a long, long time. And so, what I love about this film, again, like there's something to be said, and I think costume design is fun, even if it's stuck in one era. But I love seeing an evolution over time. I love seeing a character or people, society, go through changes, and you see those changes, that's evident in the costuming, in the designs, the hair, the looks, and all that. And what I like about the use of costuming in this film, even if we just talk about Tina or Anime Bullock as a character, we see her genuinely start out as someone who is, from Nutbush, Tennessee. She's country, she's simple, and despite Angela Bassett's age, and not like she was older or anything, but obviously she's a little older than the character she's portraying. But even when she's portraying Anime as a young teenager who's coming to live with her mother, even the initial looks that they have for her, and she's, sees Ike Turner for the first time, she looks very kid-like. She looks like a young, idealistic kid in this dress and these socks and the shoes. She looks very young. And then when we see even the jump from that to her, singing for the first time and having her hair done up and wearing this white dress, and I think it's like kind of like some kind of animal print and these gloves, like just how she's like trying to present herself as a woman. And then she goes on stage and she has like this, this voice that just knocks everyone's socks off. And just the her journey with Ike, and even what they show with Ike as far as, the conch, and, the hair slicked, like Little Richard and so many artists of the era, going from that to kind of the Beatles kind of, what do you call that, the little bob that the Beatles had, all the way to an afro, and his individual styles. I just like seeing, and of course this is also Black music we're talking about, so along with the evolution of Black music, even with rock and roll, and Ike Turner's style of rock and roll and how he sings and his band and all that, to where Tina makes her own foray into that music, and then what that looks like for her style, and then coming out of what she's done with Ike. Yeah, I just think they did a great job just kind of showcasing the eras of kind of like 50s, 60s, 70s, and even kind of as we get into 80s, especially with that last shot of Angela Bassett as Tina with the the legendary big hair. So yeah, I just love seeing just the characters take on just the evolution of music as evidence through their clothing.
Well, and when you talk about like 50s, 60s, 70s, those are all very distinct, different senses of fashion in a relatively small period of time, and yet the different senses of fashion really can make the same actress at the same time look different, and like they're from different ages, depending on what she's wearing. I have a shot here of Angela Bassett as Tina Turner in a recording session. What do what do you think about her outfit here as she belts out a song? How would you describe this outfit? And is this one of your outfits that you would like of hers from the film?
Yeah, no, it's a good one. This isn't like this isn't as high up because we have a few more for me that were a bit more distinct. But this is also like kind of in the 70s. So as we're kind of getting into kind of the groovy styles, like the mini skirts and the boots. I think in the wide shot they see where she has the boots on and things are a little more loose and free and a little more bohemian. So I kind of like how in its own way it's showcasing that small part of the era and the story. And of course, this is her first, I want to say this is, at least as far as the movie, it's her first time like being asked to record on her own, and she's singing River Deep, Mountain High. So it's kind of her first moment of kind of breaking out and breaking away from Ike. And, it's a significant moment. But yeah, but as far as the look, I kind of like the representation of the kind of the slight go-go look of the time, or bohemian also.
The other picture I picked out looks like it's a little bit earlier. Looks like it's from the 60s, and we've got Ike and Tina together. This is, Lawrence Fishburne is Ike Turner, and just very colorful outfits and great costumes. Tell me a little bit about the costumes here. If you can see him.
Yeah. So getting more into these, this is like around the time, this is like a little bit after we see Tina in the white dress, and she's, connected with Ike and they've had their experiences. And so like I kind of like the emphasis. There's a lot of emphasis on pants and blouses. And they're kind of starting to move away from just, everything being dresses specifically, but you kind of see like the kind of like just kind of the kind of chill sophistication of the looks. Like everything isn't all super buttoned up. It's chill. You see Jackie with her, her cigarette and her sunglasses and her, her animal fur. I don't know if that's like, is it tiger? Yeah. Anyway, but basically with her animal print. And of course, Ike with his, his suit and tie, and he kind of goes from being someone who's more conservative and has that, or in the zoot suit and all that, more business-like, and then that kind of evolves with the time to something that's a lot more kind of like, a little more wacky and a lot more atypical, as far as men's fashion changing also.
Nice, absolutely. Final thoughts on What's Love Got to Do with It? I think I saw the film when it first came out, like way back when. Haven't seen it since, but just looking through all the pictures for this live stream, it's a trip kind of going back and looking at how well Ruth E. Carter designed all the costumes for this, especially considering this is a film that came out in 1993. So for me, this is high school. This is like I graduated in 94, so. It's one of those weird things where you think back to memory of when and where. And for me, growing up in the early 90s, I would always make fun of the 70s, 60s, and 50s fashion sense. So it's fascinating to see how well thought out each of these characters dressed very differently, but very of their era too. So final thoughts on the costumes for this film?
Yeah, the final thing I would say is just that I really, my favorite of the bunch would probably be just the Proud Mary sequence, where we see like these three distinct tour dates that she's on, and she's singing Proud Mary, and just kind of seeing the evolution from the the fringe and her having kind of the long haired wig, kind of like straight hair wig, to her getting into something that's has, you see more of the cutouts, her hair starts to get bigger and wilder, and then of course as her fame rises and all that, and then of course it ends with her and Ike together, her big hair, her kind of like loose dress with the arms out and everything, and then Ike with his fro. So I think that's one of the best, probably my favorite costumes when I think of the film.
It's such an interesting thing too, because whenever I think of Tina Turner, I think of her from the 80s and 90s. So I think of the big hair, and like I remember she had like a Lloyd's of London insurance policy on her legs or on her butt. I can't remember what it was, but like I remember the Diet Coke commercial era of Tina Turner's. So when I think of that's what I think of Tina Turner. So seeing these older era costumes and fashion senses is kind of a trip. It's sort of fun. We'll go looking over at my number 11. This is one that's not completely unrelated to Crouching Tigers, given the influences, but it's The Matrix from 1999. It's a lot of spandex. Yeah, it's a lot of rubber and tight tight clothing to show off the sexy Keanu Reeves and Carrie-Anne Moss. But the sense of fashion here is really fascinating. Kim Barrett does the fashion, and what really stands out to me about The Matrix and her costume design is it's two worlds that she's doing the fashion for. She's doing both inside the Matrix, so you get all the leather and the pleather and all the action scenes where they're all wearing sunglasses and everyone looks all sexy and mysterious. But then you also have the gritty real world where they're going around on those submarines and they're all sitting in those chairs with the spike in their heads to get the internet connection. And I love the fashion sense for both of them because you get the sexy the sexy internet look to it. The augmented, the virtual reality part of it, and then you have the reality where everyone's being harvested for their energy that they produce, and the very distinct. It's in the future at some point. Yeah, they have all these floaty submarines and everything, and the computers have taken over the world. But there's a very grounded fashion sense in here that really does put you into the characters, into the world, without trying too hard. And how do you make people look good in a dystopian future without calling too much attention to it, and yet still saying, well, these are still people that care about their appearance. These are still people that are trying. In amongst all the devastation, one of the few things you have some sort of control over is your wardrobe, even if it's not fancy Paris fashions. So I love that dichotomy, that comparison between those two vastly different worlds, and to have one woman, Kim Barrett, doing the fashion design for both of them, and what I believe is the Wachowskis' best film. And just having the fashion being a very visual representation of the grounding of the characters in these two very different worlds, and yet still attached in the same film. So for me, that's why The Matrix is on this list. What do you think about the fashion in The Matrix?
I think it serves as a great contrast, similar to like you said, to Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. And granted, yes, I do enjoy things that are opulent, over the top, and very vivid and very kind of stands out in a very obvious way, as we can see with some of the stuff I wear. But I think minimalism is also, I think a lot of times I feel like I think that minimalism should be respected more in costume design as well. And I think, sometimes because there are more obvious details and there's more color and there's more I think it's easier to maybe look at something that's more, ostentatious, whereas something that's more simple and minimalistic, but effective. I don't know if that always gets the same love, but I feel like it should be respected in the same way, if not more, because I think with The Matrix, everything is very straightforward, like you said, with the leather and with the, with the looks that we see, and even the color scheme. Like, it's not like a whole lot that we're getting, but we do see just the contrast between The Matrix and the real world, and just even with the designs that we see, like, it's something distinct about it. There's a vision there, and I think that's what I appreciate the most. Like, it's something that doesn't have to be flashy. It doesn't have to be over the top. It's like, it's simple, it's straightforward. This is the world that we're in. This is the other world that we're kind of making our way in and out of. And so I think The Matrix is a really solid one.
And it's sort of interesting too, because I think about another film from the Wachowskis, Jupiter Ascending. I had the exact opposite reaction, and I don't know if Kim Barrett did the costumes on that one, but when I even just when I saw the first trailers for Jupiter Ascending, and it's Mila Kunis and it's Chadwick, not Chadwick, the Magic Mike as the dog.
Oh, Channing Tatum. Yeah.
Channing Tatum, yeah. Channing Tatum as the dog with the pointy ears. I just, when you see Eddie Redmayne, who's a great actor, but you see Eddie Redmayne in the try way too hard fashion sense, and it was just one of those where even just watching the trailers and seeing all of the over the top, and I realize that's part of the point of it all, but it was just trying too hard, and if that fashion sense in Jupiter Ascending to me went very, very, very too far in one direction, The Matrix was 100% dialed in its fashion sense and what it was trying to say about the film and about the world that it was taking place in. And so it's same filmmakers. I don't know if it was the same costume designer or not, but for some reason Jupiter Ascending was just so far off of the deep end in one direction that it makes me look back and say, well, The Matrix, they got it right in that film. What did you think, by the way, of Jupiter Ascending and the fashion sense on display?
I remember being intrigued to go see it for whatever reason. I never got around to it, and then and it kind of looked a little and because I'm not a big Channing Tatum fan, I'll be honest. And so so kind of looking at the trailer, I was like, okay. I mean, I like sci-fi, so if anything, my incentive would have just been to see what the sci-fi angle was here. But it just so happened I wasn't able to see it, and given how it got ripped apart when it came out, I was like, maybe I should just leave this alone. But yeah, just going off the trailer, there was a lot visually going on. I think there's some scene with Mila Kunis's character where she has, I don't know if it's like, she looks like some kind of rose bush or tree, and it's like this white and like rose colored dress, and there are like these things in her hair. I'm like, I know what you guys are going for, but this looks like a lot. And sometimes that's fine, but as we see, sometimes that stuff doesn't work necessarily, doesn't land.
Yeah, even with Mila Kunis, and I love Mila Kunis, but even she couldn't ground the reality of that film in some sort of reality. Right. Moving over to your number 9 film on the list. Your number 9 film is one I think I've seen it, but it's been a while. This is Memoirs of a Geisha. Came out in 2005. Tell me about Memoirs of a Geisha.
Yes. So Memoirs of a Geisha.
And this is, by the way, this is Colleen Atwood. By the way, she was an Oscar winner for Memoirs of a Geisha, by the way. So she won an Academy Award for doing her work on Memoirs of a Geisha, and I mean, clearly, she made an impact as to you for including it on the list.
Yeah, what I love, and of course, I knew the imagery of what geisha were, but when you haven't had, when you don't know what you don't know, so to speak. So I didn't know the specifics of it until I watched this film and understood what geisha were, and what they represented as far as society, culture, as artists, in their profession, and knowing the arts and all of that, and what the details of these dresses, of these robes, of these kimonos. And I think that's probably my favorite part of this is there's a scene and the song that goes along with it, but it's when Chio / Sayuri becomes a geisha, and as we see her kind of slowly kind of ascending into this geisha who is about to take over the world, so to speak, or take over Japan, and then just becoming this phenomenon, so to speak. You see the details that go into these kimonos. Like it's not, because you kind of look at it and it probably seems simple, But then you look at, this robe, and then you put this on, and then you tie this over. You have to stuff this over here. You have to pull, like, there's a lot of robes, a lot of fabric, and a lot of it is about layers. So yeah, so a lot of it comes down to the layering of a lot of fabric and a lot of clothing, and of course, even the hairstyling and all that. Similar to what I said about Anne of a Thousand Days, they play around with some of the hairstyling when it comes to one particular character, because no woman would have had her hair down. But you have a particular character that likes the butt convention and butt and kind of like not play by the rules, so it's kind of done intentionally. But yeah, I just think the costume design is phenomenal, and I think the film. I think what also adds to it is that the film, and I've said this plenty of times, Memoirs of a Geisha is just a visual masterpiece. The cinematography, the set design, they built an entire set, for these characters to interact in, because there's really nothing in Japan that reflects, the 1930s before the war, and what are they called? The Okiyas and the Hanamachis, and these kind of communities like this. And so, yeah, and so just the way the costume design ties into the set design, the cinematography, just the visual wonder of it all. Yeah, I love it.
Nice. And tell me a little bit about some of these. I have some of the stills from Memoirs of a Geisha, and it's sort of interesting too when we're talking about costumes. This first shot is, they're clearly having some sort of a confrontation in the rain, and to have costumes look good in the rain, as you were saying earlier, with well, what's the difference between cotton and silk? Well, when you have rain and wetness and everything, materials wear differently. So, what do you think of this first screen capture here? In the rain, and yet the costumes still look good.
Yeah, I think with this particular shot, because something is happening that is not ideal. I'll just say that.
Yeah.
But yeah, even when it comes to that, because what everyone's wearing is more so simple. This is just kind of like around the house, and we're just kind of like lounging, and this isn't the additional binding and the additional layers. This is something that's more relaxed, but there's still a richness in the details, even of the fabric that's used.
And does this help sell the reality of the film too, when you have costumes that can look good in the rain like that?
Oh, definitely, because these characters are subjected to a lot, and there are moments, with the rain, in the snow during wartime, and even, of course, how that transitions as war affects, the country and everything like that. But yeah, it does speak to the richness of it and the materials on hand within the Okia, that even these kind of small casual lay around the house type of looks can hold up the way they do in rain or shine.
And this other shot we have, she's looking at a few posters of herself, and you also get a shot of the men's sense of style and fashion from the 30s, and sort of a little bit of Western influence, but still being of Japanese and sort of that Far East as well. Talk to me a little bit about the fashion here as well.
Yeah. So this is actually this is a great choice, because this is this is a direct example of what I was talking about, the actual scene where I say with Hatsumomo, her character, technically, because she's leaving I believe she's leaving the bathhouse. And so, it's like her hair is down. She's just kind of like, making her way. And even then, technically speaking, her hair would have been up, as far as, society, kind of propriety, excuse me, as far as social standards and everything, as far as that's concerned. But yeah, this is the moment where she sees Sayuri's first kind of roll out as far as marketing, and she is not happy about it. So it kind of shows in the way that they lay this out with her hair and everything, that Hatsumomo is someone who does not care about being composed, and she doesn't care about how she looks even in front of these other men. She's just kind of like, I will go about about the city and do what I want when I want. And that starts to wreak havoc with her standing as a geisha, because geisha are basically supposed to I won't say I don't want to say they're slaves, so to speak, but they are not really supposed to have minds of their own. They're not supposed to rebel. They're supposed to fall in line. And Hatsumomo is someone who has no desire to fall in line. And in that confrontation, there's something specific that she does that causes, some not so great consequences in that moment. So yeah. So I think this is just another example of showcasing who Hatsumomo is, especially in this dynamic of the story.
Nice. And what was your favorite costume in all of Memoirs Vacation?
Oh, my favorite. So there was actually a particular design that Hatsumomo wears, and it's like when we see her like early on. I want to say it's when because she ends up having her own kind of apprentice geisha who's going out with her. And there's this design that she has. And, of course, there are so many details I can't even speak on because of the layers. But they gave her like this chinchilla fur stole. And the way that those details and the way it kind of just sat up on her shoulders and then, just kind of wrapped into like these kind of shinier, just specific metallic details on her kimono, that one always stands out to me.
Nice, yeah, and I think I've seen this film, but if I have, it's been a long time, so I can't really add much other than saying, yeah, there's looking at just watching the trailer for the film and looking at all the stills as I was putting together the live stream. Yeah, the costumes look phenomenal. And there's a reason why she won the Oscar and why it's on your list.
Definitely.
My number, as we move down to my number 9. My number 9 is Goldfinger. It's required by law to say it like that. Yes. Goldfinger, James Bond's. I believe it's the third film. Sean Connery, 1964. Great film. This is Anthony Sinclair as now there is a little bit of going back and forth as to who exactly did the fashion, because they were kind of all making they made like 3 or 4 Bond films in 3 or 4 or 5 years. What I found at least was Anthony Sinclair's name, so there is some back and forth there, but here I've got a shot of Anthony Sinclair with the original OG James Bond himself. There's something about Goldfinger where, and again, as someone who doesn't really think that much about fashion, it is fascinating because when you think about Goldfinger, when you think about Pussy Galore, when you think about James Bond, and I have all 3 of these characters in a single frame, and you look, and this is 50, 60 years ago now, James Bond, and yet you have the style of James Bond in a 3-piece suit with a vest. You have the fashion sense of Honor Blackman as Pussy Galore in really surprisingly high-waisted pants and a camel jacket of some kind with the turtleneck, right. And yet somehow it looks good. And you have I forget his name, but the guy who plays Goldfinger, he's a bigger guy, and yet somehow they find a suit and pants and everything that doesn't make him look too plus size. He's nowhere near Sean Connery's physicality or in shapeness, and yet somehow, even as a Bond villain, he somehow works. And it's funny because Bond villains traditionally don't have collars; they wear the Nehru jackets for whatever reason, and yet he's like, and yet somehow, no, Mr. Bond, I expect you to die. He makes all of those work, and somehow looks a little bit evil, and yet still has a sense of fashion and style to him. So I love somehow the way that the fashion, the way all 3 of these characters, they don't look like they were dressed by the same person, but clearly they were if they have the costume designer. And the other one is Pussy Galore's aerial pilot ladies being sexy in a way that's very 1960s. So very, it's the patriarchy, the 60s, all that kind of stuff. And yet, they're pilots. So something that women weren't doing that much of at the time. So you have 4 very attractive women dressed in very tight clothing, but also relatively believable that they would be wearing as pilots. So, and I realize that's just 2 shots from this entire huge James Bond film, but to me it kind of reflects both of the realities of, James Bond is always it's not a realistic figure. It's of its time. It is a heightened reality, but it does. The fashion sense in this film, I think, does do a decent job of selling the reality that they're trying to portray, at least for James Bond, Cold War era, spycraft, all that kind of stuff, and all of the Bond villain, the Bond women, and James Bond himself. The fashion in Goldmember just works for me as an example of the best of James Bond. And oddly, came out in 1964. So that's my number 9 film. What do you like the James Bond movies? And of the James Bond movies, what do you think of the costume design and fashion choice in them?
Yeah, no, I think the costume design for James Bond is great. Now, my introduction to James Bond was with Pierce Brosnan in GoldenEye. So I kind of got, kind of a like a latter start to the franchise. But and I need to get more into like the older films. But yeah, I enjoy, and I think what's great about it is that because James Bond is such a long running character, you get to see kind of the style evolution again throughout the years, from Sean Connery to Roger Moore to Timothy Dalton to Pierce Brosnan, and even with Daniel Craig. So yeah, and I like the fact that it's you get kind of the menswear focus. I understand, like, in comparison, because there's only but so many ways you can have a suit and only but so many colors, but so I think menswear can seem boring by comparison, but James Bond is a very dynamic character, and I think his fashion has to reflect that. So yeah, so I definitely enjoy the fashion regardless. Of course, I have a little bit of a bias when it comes to Pierce Brosnan and Daniel Craig, but like I said, there's something to be appreciated about each different era.
Yeah, and just, there's something about those early late 60s, or the original Sean Connery films, they're just so dialed in with every aspect of their production, whether it's action scenes, fight scenes, cinematography, across the board. But there's something about that fashion sense, and even the woman dripped in gold.
Right,
it's just so iconic to that time and of that film and that style. I love those. I love that film. So so that's my number 9 film. Your number 8 film is also on my list, and it's one of my favorite. It's probably my favorite Eddie Murphy film.
Oh, yeah.
This is Coming. Oops. There we go. Coming to America. Came out in 1988. I was 13 years old, which is the perfect film to watch when you're 13 years old, is Coming to America. Everything about this film I love from beginning to end, and this is, surprisingly, I don't think of Eddie Murphy movies, comedies, as being Oscar nominated, but Deborah Nadoolman was Oscar nominated for her work in Coming to America. So tell me about Coming to America.
Yeah, I totally agree. Coming to America is easily, and there's a lot of solid Eddie good. I think there are plenty of Eddie Murphy movies we can enjoy, but Coming to America just always it's a little bit different for me. And I do think a good aspect of it that makes it so unique and fun is just the fact that we are opening with Zamunda, and we see this complete contrast to America, and we see this opulent, kingdom, and this world, which, for all its comedic aspects, it is something. It is reflecting something of even though it's not a real country, but it is reflecting some of the opulence of Africa that isn't always recognized, as far as not only tribes but royal families and things like that. And so how they kind of take that in a kind of just a new direction, and how they do that with the particular styles and the clothing and just the kind of this very kind of over the top, but I don't know, like it's over the top in a very unique and memorable way. Like when I think about even like when I think about the King Jafar, and how he emerges with a lion wrapped around like his chest, like a lion's head. It's like where else are you going to see that but in a film like this? So yeah, I just think the costume design, I love how it reflects not only Zamunda, but then of course the modern day at the time, the present day New York, and how Simi and Akeem come out in their their hats and their caps and their jackets and all the little buttons and the scarves and the colors. Yeah, I just think it's a very dynamic. I think it's very dynamic as far as the costume design and the contrast to what we see.
Yeah, and I have a shot here too of Eddie Murphy and Arsenio Hall on the streets of Queens, wearing their wintertime fur coats over the gold chains and the hats, the fur hats. There's just something so, yeah, it's a little bit over the top, but it feels real. It feels believable as to foreign dignitaries, royalty from halfway around the world. There's something, I don't know what it is, but there's something about the way they're dressed that, yes, it screams wealth, but it also screams what someone probably actually could theoretically wear if they're like, you know what, we're going over to New York. Bring your traveling fur or your traveling suit. It's wintertime. Talk to me a little bit about the fashion sense with Eddie Murphy's character and Arsenio Hall's character as they try and adjust to life in Queens.
Yeah, and I think that's what also makes Coming to America so fun, is that it's very much a fish out of water story, and they know nothing about kind of I won't say they don't know anything about the modern American world. Let's say that, because their world is very different in Zamunda, and then of course they go to Queens of all places, which is not an ideal area. No disrespect to Queens, but they make it clear like this is not really where you want to be, especially with all of this. So it even adds even more to the fish out of water. And then of course Akeem is like, look, I'm trying to get away from all this, all the money and riches and the trappings. And, of course, Simi is not happy about that, Arsenio Hall's character. So even what's funny about them going to this, which, like you said, is something about it that's so like, man, like this is a look. Like these people have money, but it doesn't look, it's in a way that just works. And like you said, feels realistic. But then, they transition to this, to like the I Love New York, leather, or like fleece jackets and the big winter caps with the white little white ball at the ends, and they have all of the with like the little, not bumper stickers, but like the little clips and the little buttons and these thick scarves and the tennis shoes and the jeans. Yeah, even how and then we see that, and then it almost looks out of place, as equally out of place as they're trying to adjust to society. It's technically what they're supposed to look like, but it's like, what's this? So yeah, so they do a great job of just kind of showing the changes with the characters, especially as they continue on.
Yeah, and the other shot I have here is Eddie Murphy as, I can't remember the character's name, but the over the top
Sexual Chocolate.
Yeah, Sexual Chocolate as the singer at the church, and his outfit. It's sort of that it looks like it's, and this is 1988 when the film comes out, so the idea of people of a certain age still being influenced by 70s culture, 70s fashion, but it's 10 years later, somehow that works with Sexual Chocolate's character, and you could totally feel the 70s influence on his shirt, on his suit, and yet somehow still being church appropriate. I love this movie. it's also it's number 8 on their number 4 on my list. Sorry, number 4. I don't have any other. I didn't quite get all of my stills done for this, but yeah. The other thing that I loved about the fashion in Coming to America is McDougal's, and there's just something about we've all been to McDonald's. We all know what McDonald's uniforms look like. Mm-hmm. So to have that sort of that McDonald's look to it, that fully realized corporate, that corporate sense of uniform of entry level, cash register level employees, and yet even if you're flipping through this film and you see Louis Anderson, who's a really big guy, he also is in a McDougal's uniform, and yet somehow that McDougal's uniform still looks good, even on a man of Louis Anderson's size. So the fact that they were able to, in all of the over-the-top Zamunda fashion, in all of the everyday walking around New York in 1988, walking around Queens fashion sense, they were able to create a corporate fast food restaurant fashion uniform from scratch that somehow looks believable, and yet not a complete McDonald's ripoff, which is exactly what McDougal's is supposed to be. It's the Big Mac without I forget how they described it, but it's the Big Mac without the sesame seed buns.
Oh yeah, and it's the Big Mick. Yeah, Big Mick.
So it's not a copyright thing because they have sesame seeds on their bun. We don't. It's that whole thing is the brilliance of Coming to America. And part of that is the how the uniforms of the McDougal staff are dressed. So the fact that Deborah Nadoolman, from everything from James Earl Jones as King of Zamunda down to Louis Anderson washing lettuce,
right?
And in 6 months he's going to move up to the grill. Two completely different stations in life, and yet she brilliantly does the fashion all the way across the board.
I agree.
Yeah, I love the movie, and all this is a moot point without the comedy of Eddie Murphy and Arsenio Hall. But yeah, the fashion is phenomenal in that film. What was your favorite outfit in all of Coming to America?
I have to go. Oh, okay. So I'm gonna have to put it between two. King Jaffar's look with the lion's head, like that is just, I don't know, like just the way like he steps out and then you just see him, the whole look, like that is so memorable to me. But also when we see Miss Imani Izzy for the first time, and we see kind of like the just the gold. I can't remember if it's like leaves or if they're in the shape of leaves, but we see just like the gold covering her body and just the way it's like hugging her body. And then you have had this long kind of golden metallic train and everything. Those two looks definitely stand out for me.
And it's funny too, when you think about influence and how fashion and costumes can influence other films and culture as writ large. One of my favorite musicals is Rent. And in the 2006 Rent movie, directed by Christopher Columbus, one of the supporting characters it's not even one of the main characters singing and dancing. It's the mom of I think it's Joanna, as they're getting married. If you watch the special features, the mom of Joanna is wearing an outfit that totally reminds me of Coming to America. And if you listen to the director's commentary, they're like, yeah, we didn't catch it at the time, but that totally looks like she's from Coming to America. So even the filmmakers, 18 years later, in 2006, were picking background character fashion without even realizing that they're being influenced by Coming to America.
Right.
Even when it's a musical, a rock opera. And yet, there she is. And yeah, it's impossible not to watch the wedding scene in Rent without thinking, oh, Coming to America!
Right.
I just love Count Numeric and everything that represents. So let's move on to your number 7. Your number 7 film. This is one that I've not seen. I know I've seen one of the films in the series at some point, but it's The Mask of Zorro,
Mm-hmm.
and the costume designer here is Graciela Maison. No Oscar nominations here, and to be fair, I couldn't. For some reason, costume designers are very hard to find pictures of. So
Yeah.
I couldn't find a picture of Graciela Maison. But yeah, she was the costume designer in Mask of Zorro. But she did great work in this film. So tell me about The Mask of Zorro.
Yeah, I love the costume from Mask of Zorro because again, like I don't know, I think like I said, these eras in time in these specific cultures, and of course with this we're referring to something we're talking about kind of all these different dynamics of Mexico and California, kind of the changing landscape of the United States, and even some aspects of Spain. And so seeing just the I don't know, seeing the evolution of these characters, even with who eventually becomes Zorro, seeing like the Murrieta brothers, and seeing Antonio Banderas's character, his evolution and even the design of giving him this big curly hair, this thick beard. He is, two pairs of, along with his brother. He's part of this bandit crew, and they're just robbing people all across the nation. And how he goes from that to then meeting the original Zorro, and him having to learn how to kind of slowly, make his way into becoming a gentleman, but also learning how to fight, because he assumes that, if you can just swing around a sword, that's all that it takes. And, Diego's just like, yeah, no, sorry, you're gonna have to do a whole lot more than that. And he basically has to become the complete opposite of everything he's been taught, everything he is, everything he's known. And I think that's something I really enjoyed. And of course, we have Elena, Catherine Zeta-Jones's character, who just is beautiful in every possible way. Could honestly wear a trash bag, but of course, her designs, her gowns, and everything, and just seeing the connection between her and Murrieta, the new Zorro. It's a really enjoyable aspect of the story. So I like the fact that we just see so many cool dynamics between what the men wear, what the women wear, and of course the Zorro costume, which I think is just even the evolution of that costume as he goes from just kind of this makeshift Zorro costume to the real thing with the hat and the mask, the cape, and the whole thing. Yeah.
Now I've got the Antonio Banderas hero costume for Zorro up here. You know what? I always think back to when I was a kid, and I would watch the old Disney black and white 1950s, 60s, the Z that stands for Zorro, and and then he carves the Z into the fat guy's stomach, and then I look at the modern adaptation, full color, a cape. There's some Three Musketeers influence here, but also cultural stuff going on. What do you think of this Zorro costume? This hero, it's the titular character, the hero costume. What do you think of the Zorro costume?
I love it. I feel like it has I'm trying to think of how to say it, because I feel like there are so many ways you can interpret this look, and I don't think any of them. I don't think you can really go wrong, but I just think there's something kind of clean and slick, but also kind of sophisticated. It doesn't look like he just threw on like, you know, some black clothes and like, let's ride out. Like you have like, cause even like you have the hat, which I love, you have the mask, and then even under the mask, like he has kind of like this bandana that's covering, you know, a significant part of the top part of his head and his neck. So when the hat, you know, the hat gets knocked off, you still have this. You can't really see that much of his face. You have all these details. You have this cape, and then of course the gloves and all that. It was something for him to, of course, like be this legendary hero and figure. You have that look, but it also looks like he is someone who, I don't know, just like kind of reflects this larger than life persona, and it's reflected in the clothing. And like I said, it also helps because you see his early Zorro look, something he's just kind of throwing on and running out like, hey, I'm Zorro. And he's like, no, 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 no. And he has to learn what Zorro is from the inside. And then eventually when he gets to where he has this look, it's like, yes, you got it.
Yeah, I love too that and again, this is 1998, 1996, 1998. So the reality of nowadays, when you have superhero movies and they have capes, most of those capes are CGI. This is before all of that. So the idea of having to design a hero costume that works with a cape while doing all the sword fighting and still looking good is phenomenal to me. I love the reality of actually seeing that costume, seeing it in action, seeing all of the great sword fight, you know, Douglas Fairbanks, that old school style, kind of brought up with it, and now Antonio Banderas picking up that mantle. Yeah, I love everything about how this costume is realized. The other thing, and you already kind of spoke to it a little bit too, Catherine Zeta-Jones, and I have kind of a wide shot here with Antonio Banderas in the outfit, Catherine Zeta-Jones looking all sexy in her outfit, but also just the background characters, the extras. Speak to me about the fashion sense that we're seeing here in beyond just our two leading actors, you know, the two sexy leading actors. Talk about building out a world with costumes even for extras and backgrounds and supporting actors. And how does that add to the reality of this film, the influence of this film?
Right. No, it's absolutely necessary. And I think that's another part that also needs to be recognized when it comes to costume design, and just like, because this is how you round out the world. Because it's not, and that's why I say people have to recognize like what a task and what an undertaking it is to be a costume designer, because you're not just dressing for the one person, for the, like, it's the one, the two, like it's not even just the principal cast, like the main cast. It's like, it's everyone, like everybody who's filling up this scene. This, like, if we're doing even town scenes where we're walking through the town, we have to create a look for all these people who exist in this town, in this marketplace, in this area, with looks that reflect, you know, that time. So yeah, it is a massive undertaking. And I think, and I even, ironically enough, just yesterday, I was watching a behind the scenes, feature with one of my friends about the making of Cinderella, the live action 2015 film, and seeing like how they came up with all these individual looks for the ball scene with like 400 extras, and each of them had a specific, even if we're just talking about the women, each of the women had a specific hairstyle, these jewels that were borrowed from I think, was it the Smithsonian or this Royal Archive, a specific dress, a specific hairstyle, a specific, you know, makeup. The men all had a look, like, and then there were like international looks they gave certain people, and then like they had to come up with all this for 400 extras. So I just think, yeah, I mean, it's awesome because it's one of those things that you don't think about. And it's seamless. You watch it and everyone looks like they're where they're supposed to be. But then when you step back and think about the scope of it, it's like, wow, costume designers really, like, they not only do they matter, but just like the work that they put in. I just think people have to recognize what that really means and just what they take on for a lot of these films.
Absolutely. Moving on to my number, I think we're at my number 8. And this is one of my favorite all-time films, and there's just something about the fashion sense that goes along with it. It's My Fair Lady.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a Best Picture winner. This is and I there. No, there, number 8. There we go. My Fair Lady, 1964. This is Cecil Beaton, who won the Oscar for Best Costume Designer for My Fair Lady. This is one of the all-time great musicals. This is Audrey Hepburn. This is Rex Harrison, the future influence voice of Stewie. I love the transformation. This is taking Eliza Doolittle from very blue collar, humble beginnings to the heights of British aristocracy of that society. That how do you do that whole thing, and along with that is the fashion. It's her in this big frilly hat that looks like it's made out of carpet. But it's also Rex Harrison in these fine English gentlemen, these professor, kind of very gentlemanly outfits from the 19th century, whenever this film was supposed to take place in, and it's so true to character, so true to the reality of this film that, and yeah, they're not going for a grounded reality. They are definitely going for an elevated reality in this film. It's a well lit Hollywood studio musical. They're not going Batman gritty reality, but they are going for some sort of an elevated look to it. And the fashion in this film is so well realized across the board for both the men and for the women, specifically for Audrey Hepburn's character, for Eliza Doolittle. That yeah, it's to me, it's amongst all the other reasons why I love this film. It really lands as a huge factor in the believability of this film and selling the reality of this rags to riches story, this love story, if you will, with Rex Harrison falling in love with the woman he's, probably shouldn't. They probably wouldn't make this film the same way nowadays. The conflict of interest and someone in a position of authority. We could never have that nowadays. But the fashion in this film is, it's so of that classic Hollywood era of period piece, of characters from different stations in life, and yet all of the characters look like they're in the same world. So yeah, I love My Fair Lady and the fashion that goes along with it too. So yeah, so My Fair Lady is number 8 on my list. What do you think of the fashion that we see in My Fair Lady?
Oh, it's great. My Fair Lady is kind of a Cinderella story of sorts. Yeah. And so, of course, along with learning how to speak and how to conduct herself, and just all this huge etiquette lesson that Eliza gets. The fashion and the clothing comes along with that, and it is still one of those moments. It was one of those before I ever knew what the movie was. I just had the image in my mind of when she makes her way out at the Kentucky Derby, and you see this hat, this dress, just the whole look, and I just think they do a great job of showing kind of the transformation, and it is a far cry from what we see initially. She's very much run down, kind of tough times, not doing well, and then of course the language and the accent, the Cockney. It's very, we see the contrast definitely, but yeah, that derby dress. Yeah, I've never forgotten that one. Even when I was younger, all the way to now.
And when you think about Audrey Hepburn, she's a fashion icon, and she's done so many great films over the years, but we don't generally think of her as being blue collar, working class in terms of her fashion sense. Like even when you think of Breakfast at Tiffany's, where she's technically playing a hooker, she's playing a call girl. Right. She's still playing a sort of upper crust, high fashion sort of thing. And if which I believe was a book written by Truman Capote, if I remember right. Breakfast at Tiffany's. But so when you take that same actress and put her in a film where she's playing the exact opposite of high fashion, of high society, and yeah, when she's that whole that scowl that she has, that Rex Harrison then has to admonish her on. Oh, you low time kind of snipe, or whatever. Right. There's something about her in that role that is it's so full of fun and charm, and yet she makes even the blue collar clothing. She makes even the clothing at the beginning of the film work somehow. And I don't know exactly why that is, and well, she's an attractive woman, so she can make anything look good. But the way that she exudes herself in those clothes, in that costume, it's skill. I think it's like there's a reason why fashion models, the good ones, earn lots of money, and they don't just take good-looking women and say, "Hey, wear these clothes." The fashion models on the runways of Paris and London and New York, they're there for a reason. They survive all the fashion mall showings at a Sears in New Jersey to go walk the catwalks in New York and London and Paris. So there's something about all that I think Audrey Hepburn somehow exudes the best of. I think somehow. So moving on to your number. We're at number 6. Your number 6. This is film from the early 90s. This is the Josephine Baker story. I don't think I've actually seen this film, but I'm familiar with parts of the story. So tell me about the Josephine Baker story. And, by the way, the costume designer for this film is... there we go. Oh, it's on the wrong part of the screen, but we have a team. We have Georgi Vidic and Maria Harubi are the costume designers for the Josephine Baker story. So tell me about the Josephine Baker story.
Yes, so the Josephine Baker story is a biopic that is chronicling the life of the world's first Black international star, Josephine Baker. And we get to see her experience as a young girl in St. Louis, poverty, rough upbringing, dealing with social upheaval. I think this starts with riots that are going on, and just her, just hoping for better times, hoping for a different life, and then of course going through the vaudeville experience, and still not quite where she wants to be, and then going to Paris, and it just being like this whole new world opening up for her. Starting out as kind of a flapper and just kind of this kind of free flowing dancer, and then of course making this breakthrough with her more famous dances, and even famous and somewhat controversial, depending on who you would have asked at the time. And just seeing like her rise in French society, and just seeing like her as a Black woman not only beat the odds, but actually become like a French citizen, become someone who like this becomes her home, and she becomes renowned in so many various ways. And of course the costuming, whether it's something as simple as the famous banana skirt, or something where she's in the Folie Bergère, and we see all these feathers, and just like, I don't know, like there's a lot of variety to what we see, especially when she's on the stage, and now she evolves as a performer and as eventually an icon and legend.
So talk to me a little bit about some of these. I have 2 stills from the film of Josephine Baker, and I think it's great examples of that 1920s, 1930s fashion sense, that flappers dress, the high hair, So tell me about this. We've got Josephine Baker dancing. She's wearing a gold dress. I didn't crop this very well in terms of looking at the dress, but tell me about her sense of fashion.
Yeah, no, and that's one of the higher ups. There's just something about gold, gold when used a certain way, it just really stands out. So that was definitely a memorable look for me. But yeah, it's when she is still kind of getting her bearings and she's still kind of finding her footing, and she's at this point she's achieved a certain sense of fame, but she hasn't become Josephine or La Baker as she will be known later on. And so this is kind of this I think this is a great example of the like where she is in her life at this point. Not only is it reflecting the times, but she is kind of like this kind of golden trophy, so to speak. Like she has just had this breakout success, unprecedented, and now she's trying to figure out where she should go next. And this gentleman, the Count, is the one who was kind of enamored with her and wants to see her, continue to succeed. So so this is one that definitely stands out to me, and it definitely I think they do a great job of symbolizing where her place is at this point in her life.
And the other shot that I picked out, I believe it looks like it's probably from earlier, either earlier or later in her story, where she's in a sundress, she's out in the field, and still has a very good sense of fashion and style. Where is this dress in the film? Is this after she becomes rich and famous, or is this sort of on her way up?
Yeah, no, this is kind of after she's settled in. She started to build a family with, I believe this is her. I think I'm going to say this might be her second husband, I believe. But yeah, this is after she's kind of settled in. She's been established, and she wants to. This is when she starts to like create her home, and she kind of begins to kind of create her tribe, so to speak, as far as her family and children, and because something happens that disrupts her ability to have children. So this is kind of the beginning of her journey on creating a family and this family unit within the walls of this massive chateau that she has.
And which is what's your favorite costume out of the entire film?
My favorite costume, there's a point, this is before, some not so great things happen, but we see her make her way to the Stork Club. And again, this is like probably right at the peak of her success. And she's also at this point has made success not only in France and in other various countries, but also, she's making her way back to America. And the experience is very different from the last time she was there. But we see her go in, and man, it is just like it's this kind of like this black kind of a black velvet gown, but it has like these pink little kind of like trimmings and outlines. And she has, I believe it's like kind of like a white fur stole around her shoulders. She has these gloves on. But what always stands out to me the most in that scene is that she had her hair slicked back and she has this bun, but the bun is diamond encrusted. So you just see all these lights sparkling, from her hair as she's walking through. So yeah, that's the one that always gets me. And there are plenty, like I said, there are plenty of great ones, but that was just such a whoa. Like you can just see like she's arrived. This is the moment. Yeah.
And does that sell the reality of the film?
Oh, definitely. Like you see the journey, you see what she has to go through, you see, and kind of to see her arrive at this moment. And in some ways it's highlighting a reality for her as a Black woman still, because as great as she looks, as much as she is the epitome of success and sophistication and elegance, wealth, all this, her treatment, there's still the reality of her identity as a Black woman that comes into play, even as she is, in this appearance. So it's also, which frustrates me because she looks so great, but there's a contrast to what's happening as she is entering in and she's at the peak of her success. So yeah.
Nice. Yeah, and again, I have not seen the film, but I'm kind of familiar with the story. So yeah, it's interesting, and it's puts another one on the list to go back and to, I guess, not rewatch, but watch for the first time for me. So, such great fashion in those shots too. My number 7 is I love indie films, and this is one of the first indie films that I saw in theaters when I was in high school, and somehow goes on to win an Academy Award for Best Costume Design, of all things. This is, it's about cross-dressers in Australia in the 90s going on a road trip to the Outback, which was remade later into To Wong Foo, Thanks for Everything, Julie Newmar, which is nowhere near as good a film. This is the original. This is The Adventures of Priscilla, Queen of the Desert, with three of the best actors of all time who are drag queens. And this is the costumes by Lizzie Gardner and Tim Chappell. They won the Academy Award for this film. This is Priscilla, Queen of the Desert. And if you've not seen Priscilla, Queen of the Desert, this is General Zod from the original Superman film. Plus, Agent Smith from The Matrix. Plus Guy Pearce. All in drag, doing female impersonator shows through the equivalent of Red State, Australia. and the dance routines are great in this film. The singing, the songs, very 70s, very disco, very influential in that way. But they, and this is the team as they win the Oscar for Priscilla, Queen of the Desert, and she actually had this dress is gold credit cards. For whatever reason, that was her Oscars dress. But Priscilla, Queen of the Desert.
Oh, I remember this. I actually remember seeing this like in the magazines. That one got talked about. Yeah,
and I didn't quite get to the point where I put up the stills for this film, but if you like female impersonators, if you like the very best of a very very colorful, very theatrical costumes as female impersonators sing, some of the best all different styles of music. And in this one, they're doing a lot of 70s ABBA style films as they travel in this really janky looking bus across the Outback. One of the best character films out there, in my opinion, and the fashion just goes along with that too. And the fact that they won the Academy Award for a little indie film that had no budget, and very few people saw it in theaters. I was one of the few that actually did see it in theaters. I was so happy when this won the Academy Award, and this is just a screen capture of the poster for Priscilla, Queen of the Desert, but you can kind of tell it's General Zod dressed up sort of like a Las Vegas showgirl on the cover. So, one of my favorite films, and the costumes in this film, not just for our three lead actors, but also for the even just for the townspeople as they drive through the Outback. Right. It's really interesting seeing the juxtaposition between just very blue collar, out in the middle of nowhere people in the Australian Outback, and these very ornate performers coming in from Sydney or very, the equivalent of New York in Australia in terms. So, Priscilla, Queen of the Desert, awesome film. And it's one of my favorite costumes as well, influencing how much I like the film. So, Priscilla, Queen of the Desert is my number 7. Have you seen Priscilla, Queen of the Desert?
I have not. I've always heard, I've always seen little pictures or clips, but I need to watch, and I didn't realize those 3 actors are in it. So that actually gives me some anticipation for it.
Yeah, I mean, if you really think about it, it's Guy Pearce, it's General Zod, and it's the Red Skull from Captain America. So I think two of the best all-time movie villains plus Guy Pearce all in drag. Great film. Moving on to your number. I think we're at moving along here. You're at number
5.
You're number 5. This is The Cell with Jennifer Lopez. And It's The Cell, and it is costumes by April Napier and Aiko Ishioka, if I'm saying her name correctly. That's the two costume designers right here. Tell me about The Cell, and tell me about the costumes in this film.
Yes. So The Cell tells the story of a serial killer who traps his victims in a very specific cube-like cell. And he has captured his last victim, but then he ends up falling into a coma. He has like some kind of seizure. He ends up in a coma. And then we also have Jennifer Lopez's character, who is like a child psychologist, and there's this new process. There's this kind of this new technology they have where they try to create a kind of a world, so to speak, and enter the mind of the child so that they can reach them that way, because these are children. In this case, this is a child who is not responsive, who has been in a coma and cannot is not responsive in any way, cannot communicate. And so the thing is, they use this technology to go inside and try to reach him mentally to see if they can make some kind of breakthrough and to see what can come about as a result of that. But then they realize that this technology can also be used to go inside the mind of this killer. But the thing is, the mind of a killer, what does that look like? How does that manifest itself? And what does that mean to be stuck in a world that looks like all of this? So I think a lot of the costume design, first, of course, we have, which is very disorienting, but it has some parallels to Bram Stoker's Dracula.
Mm-hmm.
And if you remember the suit that Vlad wears, the red kind of like muscle looking, kind of like literal like muscle tendons, and it kind of looks like some of the actual muscles of the body, and it's red. It has a similar look, and I think that already kind of sets the tone because it's something very unique and kind of disorienting and off-putting. But then we enter the world inside this man's head, and we just see all kinds of things visually that are just not normal. This is this very twisted kingdom, this twisted environment with characters that are just so distorted and strange and off-putting. And I think the costuming does a great job of showing just how twisted this world is.
Now, I have not seen this film, but I remember watching the trailers for it, and the cinematography looks great, and the costumes are very surreal looking.
Yes.
I have a shot here of Jennifer Lopez in what looks to be it's a nurse's outfit, a nun's outfit, but it's colorful. And then I have another shot here of a couple of the actors in kind of spandex, looks like muscle, muscly type costumes. Like, tell me about these particular costumes. Are these at key points in the film, or are these just sort of random screen grabs that I picked out for these as examples of costumes?
No. In the first shot, this is the point where she is trying to reach the serial killer's inner child, because she notices as she ventures through his mind, there is this child that keeps appearing, and she realizes then that it's him. But there is like this version of him, and then there's this dark, horrifying, frightening version of him that she keeps encountering also. And so what she's trying to do, like, well, what if I can bring him into my mind, which can be dangerous. She was like, okay, what can I be that represents something innocent, pure, and something from his childhood? And I think there is this card or some kind of something of the Virgin Mary that he always had in his room. And, the environment that was shown in that card or that picture, she creates that for him. And she just wants to, she's trying to tap into that as completely as she can. So that's why she's dressed that way. And then that, in the next one, those are the suits I told you about, because basically they have to basically be placed inside these suits, and like they put these cloths over their faces, and there's like this process they have to go through that then mentally I think it's kind of like their brain waves, like basically they're placed inside the person's mind.
So this is the sort of the version of going into the Matrix, or going into the dreamscape, going into the Lawnmower Man virtual reality of it all. Nice. Okay.
Yeah.
And what's of all of the costumes in the cell, which is your favorite costume?
I have to say, and it always, just no matter how many times I see it, it kind of gives me a slight chill, but like in a good way. But when Jennifer Lopez's character gets stuck at one point and her perception of reality gets warped, there's a point where, of course, someone else has to go in and find her, and when we see her, she has like this mask on her face, and it almost looks like it's almost like this futuristic muzzle, but it's so warped and twisted and kind of disordered. Like, it looks cool and creepy at the same time. It's like it's almost completely like covering her, like her nose and her mouth, and then there are like these little what do you call that? Like little chains across the side. So you already kind of get the sense that she's under the influence of something. Then of course, she's wearing something that's slightly see-through and it has all these lines. So it's almost like she looks like kind of snake-like almost. And then her hair is pulled back into these two massive ponytails with red on the ends. So yeah, it's such a, because that last time we see her, she looks like a normal person and everything is fine. Then we see her and it's like, yeah, she's been she's been disrupted somehow. So yeah.
So this is at that point that the costume you're talking about is the most extreme portion of the film, when she's gone lost, and this is her being lost, the epitome of being lost. Nice.
Yeah, and I would also say next to that, like the versions of the serial killer we see, like his version of himself, the designs for those are also pretty wild as well.
Nice. That's cool. Worth watching, by the way?
I think so. I think maybe to some people, to me, it's one of those. I think to some people, it probably feels more style over substance, which I get. But I just think the ideas and the concepts of it really make it a cool watch, and it kind of gets into, it's a different kind of take on psychology, like how we see the inside of someone's mind and how that will work. So yeah, so I enjoy it a lot, and then of course the costumes only add to it. But yeah, I think it's worth the watch.
Absolutely. Jumping up to my number, this is my number 6. I think this is one that probably most people, anybody who's watching a live stream of mine, has probably seen The Avengers at some point in time. This is it's Marvel's The Avengers from 2012. This is the first Avengers movie. This is also costume design by Alexandra Byrne. She's done a lot of the Avengers, MCU, Marvel Cinematic Universe movies, and there's something about the superhero costumes in this film. This is there's just something about, and you can kind of see it in this screen grab from the poster, but there's a reason why they talk about Chris Evans' uniform from the Avengers as showing off, quote, America's ass. There's just something about, for me, I love superheroes, and I love superhero costumes, and the more colorful, the better. There's a reason why I love Superman, why I love Batman with the big blue and gray, and Robin. I love colorful superhero costumes, not the muted, darker, depressing, angry type of superhero costumes. But when you look at Iron Man, and they even say in the first Iron Man film, when he's got the gold, but he's adding a red racing stripe. That's the reason why it's a red Iron Man costume. Talk about Thor being a Norse god and having a giant red cape flowing behind him, but he also has the shiny metallic, and then you see Nick Fury with the eye patch and the flowing black leather. It's not even really leather. It's sort of a leather look to it, with tails for some reason. And then you throw in Scarlett Johansson in her cat suit that somehow still looks functional. Across the board, I love the colors, I love the materials, and we in superhero movies, for some reason, you tend to get a new suit for every film. For some reason, the suits look the best to me in the Avengers Part 1. They look better than they do in any of the subsequent Avengers movies, in any of the individual solo films. For some reason, the Iron Man suit in the Avengers, to me, looks like the best Iron Man suit. The Captain America suit is so good that they even revisit it with America's ass, in Avengers Endgame. Thor, same thing. So, yeah, I love superhero costumes, and even Loki. The fact that we get a very vibrant green Loki costume with the big giant horns coming up.
Yes.
It's funny because when you think about, and Loki's probably the best villain in the MCU, but when you see him in each of the Thor movies, and when you see him in the Loki series, most of his outfits are more muted. They're not quite as flamboyant. And when you see his outfit in this film, it is, and not just the horns, but just the green and the layering. It's so ornate, and it's so Loki. It's the opposite of low key. It's Loki. Yeah, there's just the costumes in this film. They work so well in terms of being superhero, but not being just people in tights. So the costumes, I think they add so much to the theatricality of it, but they also add to the reality of what would happen if we actually had superpowered people teaming up to save the Earth from a giant CGI army from outer space. So, so all those, the Avengers, number 6 on my list. Do you like the MCU, and what is your favorite movie for costumes and costume design in the MCU?
Oh, okay.
I mean, we could probably do a whole ranking just based on the MCU costume designs.
Exactly.
But, it just so happens that this is my favorite of the MCU. Which is your favorite of all the MCU costume designs?
Honestly, and there's really no bias here, but I really was impressed with what Ruth E. Carter did, not only with Black Panther, but also Black Panther: Wakanda Forever. And even more so with the second one, because she also incorporated kind of this Mayan Aztec inspiration with Namor and his people, and just the design. I mean, just the whole look of just some of his looks and everything that they came up with, even building off of what they had already done. Even if you think about the funeral procession and the white looks as they're walking through, and what everyone is wearing there. So I just think she really upped her game, and I just think she did something really phenomenal in both. And I would even say, even with the Avengers, I think just what I'll get, because it's a very subtle costume, but I kind of like their interpretation of Hawkeye. I've seen the original Hawkeye costume, and I knew that was just not going to read on camera. But there's something about, even the purple is still there, but there's something about the simplicity of it, and it being more straightforward, and him being able to kind of just move and kind of breathe a certain way, even with the bows. But I do think the crown goes to Loki, because I think they did a great job, like you said, with that green, but then also making the horns work in a way that looked kind of cool and interesting, but not silly,
Yeah, which is weird, because when you see it with the sort of inverted look to the horns,
right?
They look, when you look at drawings from the comics, they look a little silly. So the fact that they were actually able to do a real world version of that and make it look cool. And again, part of that probably too is Tom Hiddleston knowing how to wear that outfit.
Right.
Yeah, and then also, I love the costumes from Ruth E. Carter in, especially the first Black Panther film. Like, the one that comes to mind that I love in that film is the when they're at the waterfall. It's weird to think, but I always think of the first Black Panther film being like Rocky 3, in terms of the
Right.
structure of the film. So
Yeah.
when Rocky loses to Clubber Lang in Rocky 3, that's that scene in Black Panther. And just to see at the waterfall as he's being challenged by Michael B. Jordan, the characters and the costumes, the very ornate dress-up costumes.
Right.
There's just something about that scene that is so well realized, and it's very eclectic, and yet somehow conveys a sense of reality that's elevated. It's an elevated reality, but it sells that world. It sells the idea of Wakanda. So yeah, I love that. Yeah, I love that the costumes in Black Panther as well. But as far as just superheroes and superhero costumes of the MCU, the Avengers to me was number 6. Moving on up the list to your number 4 film. This is from 1987, I think. I have it on the list. This is your number 4. This is 1988, Dangerous Liaisons, John Malkovich, Michelle Pfeiffer. This is also the costumes by, and this is costumes by James Acheson, who is an Oscar winner for this film, for this period piece. And there's James Acheson, I think much later than 1987, 88. That's probably the best picture I could find of James Acheson, though. But this Dangerous Liaisons, it's a period piece. So tell me about Dangerous Liaisons.
Yes. So Dangerous Liaisons is an adaptation of the novel Les Liaisons Dangereuses. And it tells the story of these two friends, the Marquise de Merteuil and the Vicomte de Valmont. And they are basically two really terrible people who enjoy doing terrible things to other people, and they really enjoy manipulating other people. They love posing these sexual challenges in place, and they enjoy just all in all being pretty horrible people, and also as an extension of their wealth, their money, their status in society. All of which, of course, the horrible things are kept hidden, but they have reached a certain status to where they assume they're untouchable. And when Merteuil gives Valmont a challenge to seduce a specific woman, everything is fine until he starts to realize that his feelings for her are not just lust and seduction. Something goes awry in the plan, and then how that changes their relationship, and then his relationship with Merteuil ends up disrupting all three of their lives as well as the people around them. And the costuming, what I love about it, again, where this is another extension of what is this? I want to say France in the 1700s. So this is kind of the era of Marie Antoinette prior to the Revolution, and the Sun King Louis. I believe it's Louis the 15th, but it's around that era. And so we are basically seeing these people who are, of status and wealth and all that. And the film even begins with them both getting ready for the day. And we see all the individual details that goes into it, even from Valmont selecting a wig out of all the wigs that he has, because we're at the point in society where, you don't, like, if you're a man, you got these very specific stylized wigs that you wear, and they kind of become their personas. It's kind of a reflection of them, and also not only just them dressing for the day, but them almost like kind of dressing for battle, so to speak, and also hiding their true selves underneath said armor. Like this kind of image they've constructed for themselves.
And tell me a little bit about. I've got a picture here of our 3 lead actors. We've got Michelle Pfeiffer, Glenn Close, and John Malkovich. Tell me about these outfits. Clearly, they're dress-up outfits. Probably going to some formal occasion. Tell me about these outfits and what they say about their characters and the film as a whole.
Yes. So, and it's so funny because there was a time where I wouldn't have been able to notice this. It all looks fancy. It all looks, opulent. I'm like, what's the No, no, no. I'm more aware now because this is the scene where Mertoy, Valmont, and Madame de Tourvel, which is Michelle Pfeiffer's character, they all end up going to this opera, but it's kind of like an in-house opera. They're at someone's house, and there's this soiree that's going on, and so it's kind of like this private, intimate little concert they're having inside the house. And there's a turning point as far as Mertoy realizing something about Valmont and Madame de Tourvel. And what I really recognize about Mertoy, especially, well, more so Mertoy and Tourvel, is that I really see the details that signify Mertoy's status, because she has a lot of money. And then I understand, because there's a point in the movie where Mertoy, like, she's reading some letter that Madame de Tourvel has written about Valmont. And she basically says, I see she writes as badly as she dresses. And she and then I kind of realized, if you really pay attention, you see the difference in the fabrics. You see a difference in the lack of, because she has, like, in this dress, she has all these little roses that have been embroidered into the look. You see the type of color, the type of fabric that's used, and you see the contrast between how, like, Tourvel, in comparison, even though, like, in any other sense of the word, it would seem like she's wearing something very sophisticated and elegant, but she is all in all someone who is not up to date as far as fashion, and her fashion is just very plain in comparison to Mertoy. And then even with Valmont, he's all about the image. So it's gonna, like, his hairpiece is perfectly placed. He has all the embroidery, like, he is kind of dressed down, and it shows a lot about how they see each other, how they are around each other, and what they represent in the society. And Tourvel is kind of not aware of any of that, and she's not even aware of what she's being pulled into between the two of them.
And tell me a little bit about this other shot from the film. This is, I think, reflects a little bit what you were just talking about. The Glenn Close is the wealthier, more mature, more sophisticated socially, to Michelle Pfeiffer's more ingenue, up and coming character. Not as fancy dresses in this shot, but do you know that which scene this is from? And is this a good representation of sort of the everyday fancy French society from back then?
Yes, I have high marks for one or more of the looks here. I'll say that. But yes, this is a scene where where Mertoy is getting her hooks in this young lady who was unaware that she's been pulled into a scheme and a setup. And she is basically trying to convince her, basically, the art of seduction, and how basically she is trying to make her aware of the advantages she has as a woman, and that she doesn't necessarily have to play by the rules. It's kind of messed up if you know what's happened before this, and I won't spoil what that is. And it's very unfortunate in that sense. But yeah, it kind of, as far as Mertoy's look and all that, because Cecile, who she's talking to, she's very young, she's very unassuming, and she doesn't know that much about the world. And a lot of her looks, tend to reflect that. Her mother, in comparison, her colors and her aesthetic and all that is a lot brighter, a lot more in your face. Cecile is still young. Everything is kind of light. The colors she wears are very light and kind of reflects her youth. And then, as we see also with Mertoy, like, her look, even in comparison to Cecile's mother, Mertoy's look is very hard, and there's like a masculine edge with this particular look. A lot of her other ones are a little softer, but this one, you can almost see, like, she has this plan in place. And so there's something very almost business-like about the way this look is set up, and even the colors of it and the sharpness of the yellow and the black. Yeah, so that's what I would definitely say about this scene. It definitely reflects Mertoy's game plan and how she is committed to that plan no matter what.
it's a funny thing for whatever reason, and I have not seen Dangerous Liaisons, and it's a popular story because when I was looking up the pictures for this, they've remade Dangerous Liaisons before this film and since this film. They've done all kinds of different adaptations for it. But as I'm sitting here looking at this picture of Glenn Close in all of her glory, I can't help thinking of Glenn Close, Dangerous Liaisons. And in my mind's eye, for some reason, I'm picturing her as Albert Nobb. In that very distinct, where she's dressing up in drag as a man, and for the poster and for the trailer, two completely different films, 20 years apart, nothing to do with each other. But for some reason, in my mind's eye, I'm seeing Glenn Close at the height of her popularity and beauty, and in a very form-fitting dress. Juxtaposed with her in drag for whatever reason 20 years later. So what's your of all the great costumes in Dangerous Liaisons, what is your favorite?
I'll say, because I want to make sure I'm throwing the men in. As far as Valmont has, it's very similar to the hair he has there, but at some point he has what I would say is almost like a salmon colored like jacket and whole kind of look that he has going on, and there is something about that look that really works, and it's not even a typical color. Well, I won't say typical. There was all kind of colors in society, but it's something that just stands out in a way, and it also kind of matches and contrasts with what Martoy has, because Martoy has, I'm not sure what color you would call that, but it's like, I would say peach on the outside, and then all the deeper details are the same color as what Valmont has. So like they're very well paired as far as what he has on. So that always sticks out to me, and it's just a cool look, I think. But I think as far as Martoy, this yellow and black, it's such a distinct look, and I feel like it stands out from every other look she wears in the film. Most of the looks have a certain silhouette, and this one is like totally different. I think it's great.
Nice, love it. By the way, film worth watching or no?
Oh, absolutely. I love Dangerous Liaisons. That's probably one of my favorite costume dramas, and more so because of like the writing performances, especially between Michelle Pfeiffer, Glenn Close, and John Malkovich. Yeah, I really enjoy it.
Perfect. Moving on to my number 5, and we're getting close to the top here. My number 5 is, well, the costumes are done by Helen Kovig, but this is one of my favorite movies from childhood. It came out before I was born, but how do you not love Gene Hackman? How do you not like Jack Albertson as Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory? Helen Kovig, I haven't seen anything else that she's done related to this, but when you look at just Willy Wonka by himself, when you look at, even compared to the other versions of Willy Wonka, there's a trailer for a new Willy Wonka movie coming out with what's his name? The guy from Dune. There's a new one with that's coming out with there's a new Willy Wonka movie coming out. There's the Johnny Depp version, but to me the most iconic version is Gene Hackman as Willy Wonka, and it's not just Willy Wonka, but Willy Wonka being the titular character and just the bright colors of his outfit that somehow. It's all kinds of different materials. It looks worn in. It looks used. It doesn't look like a costume. It looks like what a character like Willy Wonka would actually wear. For being a chocolatier, for being a guy that opens up his factory, and probably should be thrown in jail just for the child murder that goes on. The dangerous working conditions. Right. But, it's a child's movie. We get the Oompa Loompas. We get a very distinct look to the Oompa Loompas. Yes. Even the kids, when you look at Violet turning Violet, you're turning Violet. Yes. Yeah, when all of them, it's just all these characters. When you have Charlie Bucket, he's so poor, his last name is Bucket. There's all the costumes in this film are somehow very early 70s and yet timeless in that we see the children's reality, the children's story told in cinematic form. And this is it's weird because it's 1971, so this is 5-6 years after Mary Poppins. This is a year or two after Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, but it's 5 or 6 years before Star Wars. So it's in that weird period of time of the late 70s, of the late 60s, early 70s, when the studio system is breaking down and filmmaking is going through a whole lot of changes. So the fact that we have such a very distinct look with all the characters that maintains itself, that still holds up even with the 70s haircuts over time, and the fact that we can still enjoy this film and how weird that character that Gene Hackman plays is. I love the effect the costumes have. Yeah, and the sets are great too, but even overcoming the 70s hair, that 1970s hairstyles, the costumes in this film are so vibrant, so on display, so I don't want to say otherworldly, but so elevated in its reality that it makes it, I don't want to say it's believable, because there is a definite fairy tale quality to it, but for being something that's supposed to be some sort of version of something that could be believable, because it's not told in the Johnny Depp version. You know, when you look at the Johnny Depp version, when it's Tim Burton, none of that is supposed to be real. It's supposed to be realistic. This is supposed to be more grounded, more realistic in a way that it could theoretically happen. All of that is sold by the clothing, by the fashion sense. And even when you're just looking at the factory scenes, when they're, I believe it's Violet, or no, not Veruca Salt. You know, they named a band after the character. When it's Veruca Salt, and her dad has the wealthy factory, and all of his workers are somehow dressed up in their factory garments. Somehow it all kind of works, and all these different characters from different walks of life. So I love that film, and part of that is the wardrobe. It's the costumes, and all that starts with Willy Wonka. But yeah, all of our main lead characters, somehow it works. Even the weird ones, even when they're burping and floating up to the roof and trying not to get killed, even when they're in the TV thing and they're being shrunk down and then expanded. I love all the costumes in this film, so that's why it's number 5 on my list. Of all the different versions of Willy Wonka, Timothée Chalamet was the one I was thinking of, by the way, who they're doing new Willy Wonka. Of all of the Willy Wonka versions, which is your favorite?
Yeah, I have to admit, I just think there's something so classic about that first adaptation. And it's funny because I feel like it's one of the rare examples of a film where it's not accurate to the book, but nobody cares, because the Johnny Depp version is actually very accurate, to the book as far as what they include. Like it's because I think the older version does because they're limited as far as effects and what they can do. So instead of this thing with the squirrels, which is in the book, they have the ducks, I think it's like the ducks and the eggs, and they switch that part up. And then the Oompa Loompas, they have a very specific look, and they look very similar to each other, more so like what we see in the Johnny Depp version. But like I said, there's something, I think the fact that it is so grounded in the original version and it feels real despite this kind of the more outlandish elements of it, I think that's what makes, and then it's Gene, Gene Wilder just really brings his all to that role. And I think his presence alone just brings something that I don't think, and it's no knock to Johnny, because I think I enjoy, as someone who read the book, it was fun to see Johnny Depp's or Tim Burton's version. And, I'm kind of interested in seeing what Chalamet will do with this, but I just think Gene has made his stamp, and I just think that's going to bring something to it that these other films just can't replicate.
Yeah, and of all of the costumes in Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, which is your favorite costume from this version of the film?
It's probably between the Oompa Loompas. I kind of like their interpretation as far as their look. It's really cool, but this is an obvious direction to go in. But I do love Wonka's look, just the hat, the purple jacket, like just the whole look of it. It's like it's simple, but it still stands out in a just kind of a unique, quirky way. Yeah,
And it's funny too because whenever I flip past Facebook on Halloween, there's always someone dressed up as an Oompa Loompa.
yeah.
So the fact that a simple character design from 50 years ago, 50 plus years ago at this point, is still influencing Halloween design, Halloween costumes, 2020, in the 2020s, is amazing to me, and how costume design in films can really influence culture going forward. Your number 3 movie, as we get to the top, is scrolling down here. Your number 3 film, one I've not seen, but I hear so much about it, and it's related to one of the ones up higher up on my list too. This is The Wiz. This is Michael Jackson. This is Diana Ross. This is The Wiz, an adaptation of The Wizard of Oz. So tell me about The Wiz. And by the way, don't want to forget to mention the costumes here were Oscar nominated for Tony Walton, who did the costume design and got an Oscar nomination for The Wiz. So tell me about The Wiz.
Yes, if you are familiar with any variation of The Wizard of Oz, whether it is the original book by Frank L. Baum, whether it's then there have been multiple adaptations, but of course the most well-known one is the 1939 film with Judy Garland. Any variation that you can think of, The Wiz came along as an adaptation of the stage musical that was created as kind of its own kind of take on the original story with an all-black cast. And the film, of course, goes even further than the original stage musical in that they kind of reinterpret the Midwest and Chicago and kind of make it this wonderland in and of itself. After Dorothy gets trapped in this, this blizzard, and all of a sudden she ends up in the land of Oz. And very similar to the original story, she has to kind of have her wits about her and journey with the Scarecrow, the Tin Man, and the Cowardly Lion to defeat Eveline and make her way back home.
Now, talk casting here for a second. Diana Ross is playing Dorothy, the Dorsey character. Not Nipsey Hussle, but Nipsey Russell.
Russell.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Nipsey Russell was, the original stand-up comedian. It was the inspiration for the name Nipsey Hussle, but Nipsey Russell as the Tin Man. And who is playing the Cowardly Lion here?
Ted Ross.
Nice. Okay, and the Scarecrow is obviously Michael Jackson. Mm-hmm. In the height of Michael Jackson, post Jackson 5, pre Billie Jean, pre solo artist. So this is 1978. This is a version that I've not seen, but everyone I've talked to loves it. Ease on down the road, instead of the Yellow Brick Road. So it's tell me about how the costumes influence the film as a whole. Like if you could, I just sort of picked out a couple of costumes at random. Who is dressed up in this really red and orange costume? I don't even know who this is supposed to be. Is this the Wiz version of Wicked Witch of the West? Or who is the actress and who is this costume for?
Yeah, the actress is Mabel King. I believe she was from What's Happening, the sitcom. I believe she plays the mother on that sitcom. But yes, this is Eveline, who is the Wicked Witch. And so this is kind of their interpretation. And of course, her throne is a toilet. And she is kind of the head honcho of this workshop where she's enslaved all their version of the monkeys, which are attached to these kind of automobile car like things. And yeah, so that's Eveline.
Love it. And then the other shot that I have here is it's our characters, but this looks like we've got Richard Pryor in here. What was Richard Pryor's role in this film?
Richard Pryor is the Wiz. That's when we make the discovery, because of course we have the scene similar to the Wizard of Oz where we see, I am, we see all of that going on, and then we discover like, oh wait, there's actually somebody inside here, and the actual wizard is somewhat like a normal person. So yeah, so it's I think this is like after their discovery of the Wiz as just a regular person behind things.
Nice, yeah, and I love Richard Pryor, and this is 78, so this is like peak Richard Pryor. This is post. Anyway, so many great Richard Pryor films we could talk about, but of all of these, the costumes in The Wiz, which is your favorite? Why?
First, let me say that I just think that what's great is that there is a distinct reinterpretation of the original Wizard of Oz in a way that this feels like its own thing. Doesn't feel like we're looking at the same, obviously. I mean, I know we're not anyway, but this really does not look like the same Cowardly Lion. This does not look like the same, Dorothy, even with how Dorothy is dressed, as simple as it is. Tin Man, Scarecrow, like there's a distinct look there. But the main costumes I have to give, and it's really just kind of one big group, but the Emerald City sequence, when our crew makes their way to New York, which is the Emerald City, we have this whole sequence where you see like this massive crowd of people dressed in emerald green clothes. And they even have this little twist where the Wiz kind of jumps in. He's like, okay, hey, now green is out and red is in, and now red is out and now gold is in. And so it's this whole thing where there's this music changing, clothes are changing, and it goes from green to red to gold, like the yellow brick gold. And so yeah, I just think that whole sequence, the costuming and the looks that came together, I think the costume designer went around to like different fashion houses and was like, hey, and fashion designers, like, we need a whole bunch of looks for this whole sequence. And that sequence like just stands out, and as many great elements as there are, like that scene is just astounding on its own.
Nice, absolutely. And I've not seen The Wiz. Worth watching? Would you recommend it?
I do, but it's one of those things where it may be a challenge if you're just kind of used to your version. Like some people grew up watching The Wiz, and then as a result, when they watch The Wizard of Oz, it's like, if you grew up watching The Wizard of Oz, it may feel like, like sometimes and some people may enjoy both. Like I enjoy both, but I do think it's one of those things where, depending on what you're used to and what you know about The Wiz or how you may stick to the original, it may or may not be an enjoyable experience. But I do think it's like worth watching just for the history, the fact that it's Diana Ross and Michael Jackson, and just the visual aesthetics of it are great.
Gotcha. Nice. And I love the cast, so it's definitely one to put on the list for sure. My number, as we get close to the top, jump into my number 4, up to number 3. My number 3 is Star Wars. One of the highest grossing movies of all time, biggest franchises. George Lucas, Luke Skywalker is the farm boy. They blow up the Death Star. Darth Vader, greatest villains of all time, one of them at least. And the costumes, they're very 70s. And this is, by the way, John Molo, seen here winning the Academy Award. He actually won an Oscar for the costumes for Star Wars. So this is not just me being an alpha nerd, loving Star Wars. This is actually good work. This is, I believe that's Shelley Long dressed up as Princess Leia at the Oscars for some reason, along with a stormtrooper. But Star Wars, it's all of the Star Wars characters when you think about them. These are costumes. He had to design them. These are stormtroopers. These are Rebel Alliance members having a somewhat uniform look, but it's very haphazard. It's catch as catch can. in terms of clothing when you're a rebel alliance and you don't have the funding and the money. So when you have a princess in Princess Leia, who's a princess, she comes from wealth, she's an imperial senator. There's that certain look to her in her prison cell on the Death Star. When you have Luke as a farm boy who's so poor that he's farming moisture on a desert planet. When you have Obi-Wan Kenobi, when you have Sir Alec Guinness as a wizard, as a cleric, who's recruiting this young boy to go off and fight a war, which sounds a lot creepier when you actually think about it as a cleric recruiting a young boy to go out and fight a war at a battle station. But all of the iconic things that we think about when we think of Jedi and you think of the Empire, it all starts with this Star Wars film. And I think, like before we were starting our live stream today, I was watching Andor. And that Andor takes place during that the classic Star Wars era, pre-Death Star, but post prequels era. So even now, in a streaming show 40 some odd years later, his costume design still influences 30, 40 years later. And of course, Darth Vader. I mean, he's obviously that it's a combination of all things. It's James Earl Jones' voice. It's Ben Burt doing the breathing sounds, but without the costume, without James Mallow making the Darth Vader costume that looks nothing like the drawings. And when I look at the drawings, the concept art for Darth Vader, it looks a little childish. It really doesn't look all that intimidating. So translating those childish concept drawings into one of the scariest villains in cinematic history, to me, that's all, and my love of Star Wars in general. The costumes are phenomenal in Star Wars, so that's why it's number 3. And I'm a little surprised it's not higher, but Star Wars number 3 on my list. Are you a Star Wars fan? And where do the costumes in Star Wars stand for you?
Yeah, definitely a huge Star Wars fan, and I think I got the chance to watch those original films at just the right time. I was past being a kid, but kind of moving into teenager, kind of that phase, and so I feel like that was the right time to really enjoy and appreciate just kind of that world and just how interesting the dynamics of it are. I enjoyed the costumes. And again, I think it's another one of those examples, especially with A New Hope, where like there is a simplicity to it that really works, especially when we consider that this is the Empire that's taken over. And so like we see an obvious contrast to the world that is later shown, when the Republic, before the Clone Wars and all these other things that happened. And we see, just kind of how, I don't want to say, well, you could almost argue, maybe not quite, but there's almost like this kind of the starkness of the black and white and everything almost seems a little dystopian. But you just kind of see the transition as far as what's, how society has been affected by the Empire and how, and how the visual aesthetiks kind of match up with that. So yeah, I really enjoy Star Wars.
Yeah, and it's funny too because if you look at shots of THX 1130 or 1170 or whatever, George Lucas's precursor film, that had such a distinct late 60s, early 70s look to it, taking from 2001. That Star Wars coming out 5-6 years later, it's sort of its own thing, but you can definitely see the influence of that costume style. That's not that very, and you said it right, dystopian, but yet still fun. It's that, as you said, it's space opera, and I don't really think of opera as being enjoyable in general. And there's no one really singing in this film, but it's somehow it all works. It's Star Wars,
right?
So that's my number 3. Let's move on to your number. I think it's number 2. Oh wait, no, that's me. Sorry. Yeah, your number 2 is also a Star Wars film.
It is.
This is from the later films. This is the prequel. This is Star Wars Episode 1 Phantom Menace. Came out in 1999. This is Liam Neeson. This is Natalie Portman. And this is Trish Beggar as the costume designer here, and I've got a shot of her working on, I don't know if that's Padme, but it's her working on one of the people from Padme's world. So tell me about the costumes from The Phantom Menace.
Yes. So like I said, this was kind of my semi-introduction to Star Wars. Thankfully, I kind of was given, I was filled in before the prequel trilogy concluded. But yeah, so this was kind of my initial foray into it, which I think worked for me being young and not having necessarily the same expectations for people who had already seen, the original trilogy and maybe the more youthful vibe of Phantom Menace, which everyone, some folks did not really care for. But for me at that age, it actually kind of worked, and it was a nice kind of transition, and then appreciating, the originals. And I have to say, like, the costumes, I think, like, there's a lot of intriguing costume design, but I have to say, like, the costumes that just really just grabbed my attention immediately was Queen Amidala's royal garb. Even starting off with, obviously, as they showed, that very memorable red look where she has kind of the rounded hair. And I think if you see, if you get a full look of the dress, they have like these little orbs that lit up like on the dress, and there are a lot of very intricate details that they put into it. And we see a lot of transitions from the Queen as she continues on her journey to, to save Naboo, going to the Senate, and of course playing both sides as the Queen, but also as Padme, and trying to, keep herself safe from assassination.
Yeah, and I've got a shot of her, the red dress here, and it's really fascinating her seeing Natalie Portman this young, dressed up in such a heavily influenced Japanese style, but yet still Star Wars outfit as Queen Amidala. It's fascinating watching that style, that Naboo fashion sense, being so foreign to everything else Star Wars. It's so ornate, so fancy, so stylistic. What do you think about the Eastern influences that Trish Beggar was using for Natalie for Queen Amidala?
Yeah, I really enjoy that. Now I'm assuming I'm assuming that this was not a case of appropriation, because I'm pretty sure from what I remember reading and seeing with the process for this, there was like a lot of there was actual credit and things that were attributed to the culture, because they even showed a picture of Mongolian royalty where the woman's hair was literally the same thing that you see with the look that Amidala is wearing when she goes to the Senate. And so the influences are there, and they're very vocal about those influences. And so I think it makes it distinct in a way that, and there are different directions they could have gone in, but it feels more, it makes the world of Naboo come alive, and it makes it a lot richer, especially in contrast to everyone else when she's at the Senate and making her plea, and how distinct and how regal her looks are, and then the transition from one to the next. And so many of them, with maybe the exception of one, I think maybe just the one, they all have those influences there. And I just think it just makes for something that's so unique, and something we obviously have not seen from Star Wars before. Because even with Leia, her looks are very straightforward, white, or lighter, and, kind of loose flowing robes. And this is kind of the opposite of that.
And then talk to me a little bit too. I've got a shot here of not just the Jedi, but we've got a shot of the Naboo guards, the royal protector guards, pilot kind of thing. It's very World War II military influence, but kind of blue and burgundy kind of colors to them. Talk to me about the other characters, the male characters that are they're more active wear. They're fighting in there, but they have to look good, but they also have to be have survive action scenes and lightsaber fights.
Yeah. I like what they put together for what is it called? I believe these are the I guess the Naboo fighters. So yeah, they had kind of distinct looks there, and then of course they have the handmaiden and kind of like battle costumes too. But yeah, I like what they do for I believe it's Qui-Gon Jinn and Obi-Wan. I like the look of the Jedi robes and even kind of the uniform style underneath. One of these days, I have so many ideas as far as what I would want to show up and do cosplay for, but what I love about the Jedi is that it's a very simple look to replicate, and I love kind of the free flowing robes that are that kind of set off the look as they're fighting, as they have the lightsabers going back and forth. So yeah, so even with that, compared to what we see in the original films, I kind of even like how they enhance the Jedi looks there.
Absolutely, yeah. And of all the costumes in Phantom Menace, which is your favorite?
It's a toss up between either the look that Amidala wears when she gets to Coruscant. It's like this fan facing forward, and it's like kind of like this, I think kind of like these silvery threads dripping down over her face, and it's like a kimono, like almost like a geisha robe with these free flowing kind of sleeves. But I would say that's probably my runner up, but the top would have to be the look that you pulled up when she goes to the Senate and you have the full, garb of Naboo, and just fully representing her, her people and her home as she's, making this plea.
Nice. And and the one I didn't bring up because it's almost more makeup than it is costume, but they work together. What do you think of Darth Maul? Darth Maul's costume and his makeup and that whole the garb, all of it kind of put together. What do you think of Darth Maul?
Oh, I think it's wonderful. I think it's excellent. I love Darth Maul is one of those things like where it's like they really messed up not letting him continue on. And even like because I know Darth Maul is an Iridonian. And I've learned more, of course, about like his people and the species and all that. And it is still like it's a very striking look. Even the fact, oh my gosh, even when they open the doors and you see him just with the the cloak over his face, and you see his face, and then eventually you see like the horns underneath. Like it's a great reveal. And the battle, of course, is great. But I love how they did Darth Maul as well. It is more makeup, like you said, but even just the as a figure, he's very imposing and very intimidating.
And that's such a hard thing too, because I mean the makeup is key with his character, and his clothing is basically just a simple black outfit. I don't know, it's turtleneck or whatever, but it works with the makeup and it works with the character.
Right.
Even though the character doesn't really speak all that much, it's really one of the underdeveloped characters, I think, in Star Wars. But yeah, great love to his character as well. At my number 2, and this is kind of funny because it's one of the guys we just talked about from The Wiz doing the makeup or doing the character design. This is Mary Poppins from 1964. It's the all-time Disney classic, but it's Tony Walton, who was Oscar nominated for Mary Poppins, and also interesting, Tony Walton, seen here with Julie Andrews. Tony Walton was actually married to Julie Andrews. So the same guy that did costume design on Mary Poppins also did costume design on The Wiz, which is two very different style films.
It is.
But obviously it's Oscar nominated and it's very visual. 20 years, well, maybe not even 20, 13, 14 years apart, which is weird to think about because I don't think of 1963, 64 as being that far away from 1978. But yeah, so Mary Poppins is at my number 2. Love all the costumes in this one. From Mary Poppins classic, I've got a shot here of her with the black hat with the flower coming out the top, and every scene in this film with Mary Poppins, whether it's the white dress with blue highlights that when she's talking with the kids in the nursery, whether it's all the bankers and their very 1920s Georgian, British, upstanding men with the tight knit or whatever, the tie, the businessman kind of look, the chimney sweeps when they jump into the cartoon world. All of those are so distinct, and there's not a single one that is out of place. And they all somehow work in the same world. Even when you go and see Ed Wynn as Uncle Albert, Uncle Arthur, and they have the tea party on the ceiling, and he's the clearly dealing with some mental health issues. Everything in there somehow works. Even the captain with PTSD firing the cannon every hour on the hour on the roof and shaking it, and all these things that we don't really think about when you're watching Mary Poppins as a kid.
Right.
And yet, all of these character details are there, and they're there in the clothing. And yeah, it's a Disney film, so everything's a little bit glossed over. But when you look at that captain, and I think they show him at the beginning and they show him at the end, and it's all the veteran, the military veteran with PTSD. Yeah, a lot of that is glossed over, and it's kind of more like, oh, we're laughing with and we're laughing at, but it's still there, and the character is still there, and somehow the clothing on the character still works to tell that story. And yeah, it doesn't dwell on it, but all of these character moments somehow work. I think with the clothing, and they all kind of work together for me. So, and again, I didn't quite get all the stills from Mary Poppins in there, but everyone's seen Mary Poppins, and yeah. So that's to me, Mary Poppins doesn't work without the quality of the costumes and the costume design somehow all working, even down to Bert, to Dick Van Dyke as Bert in the Dancing with the Penguins.
Oh yeah,
and somehow the hand-drawn animation penguins as he's dancing works with him pulling his pants down around his ankles and dancing. Somehow all of that works.
Right.
When it probably shouldn't.
Right.
But it still kind of does, and it just adds to the charm and to the timelessness of that film, and to how well all those characters work together. So yeah, Mary Poppins, Tony Walton as the costume designer, my number 2. What are your thoughts on Mary Poppins?
Yeah, all-time classic. Love it. Never get tired of it. Yeah, I feel like a lot of it is self-explanatory. Yeah, I mean, it really is. It's just like, it's not even really anything I can say. It's just like the music, the aesthetics, the design, all of that. I have to say, probably my favorite costumes are probably the supercalifragilisticexpialidocious when they go into the cartoon world, only because it's such a stark contrast to everything else we see. But even those costumes, are great as well. So, but it's just like we've seen that for the first time and just like, oh, and just seeing kind of just these characters getting to interact in this totally new world that's different from everything else. So yeah, it's just a classic.
Yeah, and honestly, I can't point a finger at my favorite costume because they're all so well designed. Right. Except the one that really sticks out to me though is the hero costume for Mary Poppins. That first one that we see with the hat and the black, and yeah, it's just a simple black hat and a simple overcoat. But when you see the concept art for the film, and when you see art that was done for the novels, the original books, they're clearly taking their cues from those, but the realization on film of that influence, I think, is a lot better than what most people would have come up with. as far as being influenced by, but not having to be beholden to the original artwork. This is like the perfectly realized version of the hero costume of the title character.
Right.
So I love Mary Poppins across the board. It's Mary Poppins. Moving on up. Your number. I think we're at You're number one.
Mm-hmm.
Your number one is. Push the right button here. Your number one is a film I haven't seen, but it is Marie Antoinette from 1938. Mm-hmm. It is, and this is interesting too. It is costume design by Adrian Adolph Greenberg, who also did the costume design on Gone with the Wind, and Gilles Steele. And believe it or not, I was actually even able to find pictures of both of them. And this is not them together, but this is Adrian Adolph Greenberg on the left and Gilles Steele on the right. Gilles Steele on the right that's actually at the Oscars. So yeah, that's two guys that were costume designing in the 1930s. So tell me about this film and Marie Antoinette, the film.
Sure. So this is a recounting of the life of Marie Antoinette, who it was the last queen of France prior to the Revolution, and of course the end of the French monarchy as we knew it. And it is just kind of just recount like from the beginning when she is, told when she's still the Dauphine, when she, goes to France and becomes the Dauphine, and she's told about her engagement by her mother, and then unexpectedly becoming queen, and then being thrust into that role, and all the things that then come into play as they head towards the revolution and everything changes and takes a significant turn towards the worst. But the costumes in this film are just like like bananas, and I think similar to Anne of the Thousand Days, the not only just the attention to detail, but just the fact that it is about as accurate a representation of said costumes, like taken right out of the era as you can get. I've seen and read, and I know a lot as far as what those costumes should look like. And I've never seen a film that has poured more detail into showcasing the style of the courtiers, the style at Versailles, like what the men and what the women would wear. And it's just like, it's massive. Like the film literally opens with Marie walking with one of her, like her nanny or her governess, basically. And her dress is like 3 doorways wide. Like it is like massive. And I was like, whoa, even that simple piece, that's something I don't really see in a lot of films that replicate, Versailles and replicate the time that Marie Antoinette or Louis the 15th, like any of that. I never really see them go all the way there. So the fact that not only did they go there, but they poured like so much detail. There's a point where they show Marie like with her hair. She's walking around. Not only is it just like massive, but there's a bird cage with an actual bird in it, which is something she actually wore when she was out and about at one of their soirees or parties or things like that. So yeah, honestly, just the work, the details, just how the scope and scale of everything. Yeah, it really hit me.
Now, is this version of Marie Antoinette in black and white?
Yes, it is. They wanted to do Technicolor, but they had already poured so much into the budget that if they had done Technicolor, it would have been like we're really blowing the bank. So that's the one small thing that kind of sucks. I'm fine with black and white. So, and I feel like the details still stand out even with black and white, but it is something that would have been interesting to see, like with all like in actual color with all that going on.
Well, and I ask because, it is a different aesthetic to it, and black and white can be beautiful in its own right, when done right cinematography-wise, but costume-wise, it is interesting how costumes look differently on black and white film versus color film. And, we see that especially on television, amplified for sure, but when you have a film where so much time and effort was taken to get the accuracy and the ornateness of the costumes down right, do you think that we would be perceiving the costumes differently for Marie Antoinette if it was done in Technicolor as opposed to black and white?
Unfortunately, I think so. I just think, and I can't speak for everyone, obviously, but I think for a lot of people, any film that's made before a certain time period, I won't say a specific one because I don't want to call anybody out specifically, but I'm just saying for a lot of folks, it's a hard sell to go back even maybe like, a couple of decades before and really delve into older films, much less one that's like way, way, way back. I'm sure some people might not even want to watch something like The Wizard of Oz with all its, kind of Technicolor majesty and all of that. But yeah, I do think, unfortunately, that's probably a small part of it. I do think if it was made in Technicolor, it probably just would have had that additional kind of push in the maybe just as far as film history and the cultural zeitgeist, the way that The Wizard of Oz does in other films that made use of Technicolor like that. So yeah, I do think so.
And then, so tell me a little bit about, I have two pictures here. Tell me about this one. We've got, I'm assuming, Marie Antoinette, and this guy with he looks like he's got a whistle, like he's a football coach or something in his mouth. For some reason in this picture, clearly he's not starting to at a football practice. But tell me about the costumes in this picture here. Like, who is this? Is this the king of France that she's talking to?
Okay, so just waiting for it to.
Just update.
Yeah. But I will say that the last shot, as I'm waiting for it to come up, that initial shot was when Marie is getting married to her husband. And she's officially cementing the union, so to speak.
Gotcha. And who are the actors in this film, by the way? I have not actually seen Marie Antoinette.
So I'm very familiar with Norma Shearer. She is the actress who portrays Marie Antoinette, and I'm pretty sure because the first time I saw Norma Shearer was in The Women, which was actually also in 1939. And so it's her, it's Tyrone Power. This was my introduction to Tyrone Power. And then we have like John Barrymore and Robert Morley. And I think some of the other actors are probably a little lesser known compared to maybe Norma Shearer and Tyrone Power. They were definitely big during that time period. But
it's a great stage name, by the way, Tyrone Power. That is a great stage name.
Yeah, definitely. Are we the picture that is up? Is this the wedding scene still?
I have not seen this film. Of all the stills that were on IMDb for this film, I liked these costumes as they appeared, but I have no context for them, so that's why I was.
Is he placing a ring on her finger?
It looks like it. He's holding her hand.
Okay. Oh, okay.
They're just very ornate.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Sorry, when you said that, I thought it was a different picture. So no, what I said is correct. Yeah, this is the wedding scene, and she's getting married to her husband. And yes, it is very ornate because this is well, you know what? I'm pretty sure it's the wedding and not the coronation. I don't know if they had both scenes. I can't quite remember,
Gotcha.
but I'm pretty sure this is the wedding scene, and it's when they're getting married and they're cementing the union for the future of France, which sadly ends up being short-lived. But
and then I have another shot here, and it's probably wasn't the best picture to choose, but this is a courtyard scene where we have Marie Antoinette in a traveling coat and an older woman in a head-to-toe black dress. Any thoughts on if you can? I don't know. Do you see this picture here?
Yeah, I believe it's. Oh, that's the stairs.
Yeah, she's like looking
Yeah,
down like 3 or 4
yeah,
steps at a
yeah.
courtyard of some kind.
Yeah, I believe this is Count Axel von Fersen and and then Marie Antoinette, and so that's her supposed the person she had some kind of a long-standing affair with. Can't be verified, but that's something that of course gets emphasized in a lot of films. But yeah, I thought they did a really interesting job, like I said, because Versailles and France, like men and women, like everything is opulent, everything is over the top. Of course, the silhouettes are different because even the women, I think they're called panniers, but basically these large, massive frames, like I said, that would literally stretch out. Not even like how the hoops. No, it's just like it's flat and it just comes out like this, which of course would make getting through doorways difficult unless you were willing to walk sideways.
Oh, but
So
even then,
yeah.
if they're all round, walking sideways doesn't necessarily help if it's all a giant circle. It's
Right.
it's just hard across the board. Well,
Yeah.
that plus it's fascinating too. All of these very ornate French design, clothing design things. The fact that they have French names just goes to
Mhm.
show how ornate the French fashion sense was over the years.
Mhm.
Of all of the outfits in Marie Antoinette, what is your favorite costume from the film?
Okay, I'll just say really quickly, I could honestly throw a dart because there's so many and they're so opulent and huge and big and just even like trying to stare and make sense of all the details in one look would be a lot. But I would say what probably comes to mind is the look when Marie Antoinette basically has to acknowledge her father-in-law's well, technically grandfather-in-law, but yeah, but father-in-law basically acknowledged the king's mistress in public, and it doesn't go over well at all. But she is wearing this dress that is like all basically nothing but ostrich feathers, but it's arranged in a way to where you can still see the silhouette of a dress. It's not like she's in like a big feathered ball or anything like that. But it is such a unique look, especially when so much of the looks are very, when I say rigid, I don't mean it in a negative way, but there's a certain structure to it that is set up. And with that, with the ostrich feathers, it looks like the shape of those dresses, but it almost looks like she's floating. It's very light. It looks very just like calm and comfortable and just like, yeah, it really does look like she's floating. So that's the one that kind of stands out because it's such a unique look, especially in regards to the film.
Nice. Is it a film worth watching? By the
Again, I think it might be a hard sell for a lot of people because it is long and it is black and white and it is historic. For me, it was immediate yes, but I also have an interest in this era, and it was my first time really seeing because before that, because I think maybe between this and Sofia Coppola's version of Marie Antoinette with Kirsten Dunst, I can totally see people probably gravitating to that because it has, and that's another one where the costumes are beautiful and they actually do a really good job with those in a way that doesn't feel modern, like a modern interpretation. Like they actually do a really good job. But of course, they kind of skip a lot of details as far as Marie Antoinette's life. And this is more so you kind of get way more of what happened. So that was one thing watching this where I was like, oh, and it was actually pretty devastating to see the reality of everything play out. So it's kind of one of those things where I feel like the two Marie Antoinettes are kind of two sides of the same coin. Like you get more of the visual flair and the beauty and the modern aesthetics, but you lose a lot of the story. And then here you get way more of the story. The costumes are excellent, but it's black and white, and then you may not want to sit around for the whole story. So yeah.
Gotcha. And I love Sofia Coppola, so I've not seen I've not seen either version, but anytime you got Sofia Coppola, who directed Lost in Translation, directing films, probably a pretty decent film. So
Mhm.
Virgin Suicides also is another really good film
Oh
of hers.
yeah. Mhm.
Up my number one film is as promised, it is related to one of your earlier films. It is the all-time classic the Wizard of Oz. It's Dorothy, the Tin Man, the Cowardly Lion, the Scarecrow. The as I the same one of the two costume designers from your last film, Adrian Adolph Greenberg did the costumes for The Wizard of Oz. And when you think about the Dorothy costume, when you think about the Tin Man costume, when you look at all of the behind-the-scenes stuff, the problems and challenges they had with the Tin Man costume, for example, the fact that they basically almost killed the original actor playing the Tin Man because of the poison, because of the silver poisoning. When you think about all of these put together, when you think about the fact that we have very different characters, all the hair characters look great. When you have Dorothy, she looks great in black and white. She looks great in color. When you have all of the townspeople, follow the yellow road, all of the little people dressed up in great costumes. What do you think about the haunted forest, or where the trees come to life? It's such a surreal look, and yet somehow it all works together in that world. Even the flying monkeys, the costumes, their work great. And then when you finally get to the Emerald City, when you have the Wiz, when you have all of the townspeople, somehow it all kind of works. And this is a film that was done in 1939 and had a couple of different directors. So, it's a studio system at work. It's great cinematography. It's great set design, all of that. But if the costume design doesn't work, I think no one is going to be watching The Wizard of Oz 80 some odd years later. So, to me, when I think about my childhood and watching movies and every spring, every Easter time of year, I think when The Wizard of Oz would come on TV. Now it's on all the time, but like when it was only 3 or 4 channels.
Oh yeah.
And The Wizard of Oz would only come on once a year. That was appointment television. And even if it's only 4x3, the fact that we have such classic costumes jumping to the top of the heap for The Wizard of Oz, that's why it's my number one film. One of my all-time great films. The fact that its influence is so big that it influenced The Wiz 30, 40 years later. It's Bert Lahr as the cow, the lion, Dorothy herself. I just everything about this film jumps off the screen. But the character design is so spot on, and the fact that they had to go through so many different iterations for each character. Like if you look at the Blu-ray or the DVD, and you look at the different concept art they had for Dorothy, that is a very hard character to do because in some ways she could be 12 years old, but when you cast an actress who's 16, then it's different body frames, types, and you're at different ages. So it's such a funny thing, costume design, that if it's off, you may not even know what it is that's off about it, but you know that it's off. And even someone like me can tell, who doesn't think about fashion all that much, who doesn't think about costumes particularly a lot, can know when something is off. And everything about The Wizard of Oz is on, down to the smallest detail from all the little people actors in the town, all the black and white scenes when a lot of the same actors are in different clothing when they're back in Kansas. I love this film and all the costumes, and even especially Dorothy's dress. It's just the right color of blue. So even 80 years later, still Wizard of Oz #1 for costumes for me. What do you think about the costumes from this film?
Yeah, very, very memorable. I have to say, probably, and there are so many to choose from, but I just love just the detailing, and I would say like the Tin Man is probably my runner-up. I just love just his entire design and how realistic he looks. And then I would have to give the Wicked Witch of the West #1, because it's like the fact that it is in contrast is very simple and straightforward. It's just like it's the hat, it's the black, it's the silhouette, and then this green, kind of this ghastly shade of green over her face. And it's such a memorable kind of frightening and just kind of just a very memorable image in general. So yeah.
And the fact that I didn't even bring up the Wicked Witch of the West, or even the Witch of the East too, or the North, or Glinda, the Good Witch of the North. There's two completely different looks, but so iconic in their looks to them. Let's look at your looking at your full list. Is there anything that you would change on your list? Sorry, I have a lot of stills here. Your list reflects a little bit me on your list. Like, what are your thoughts on this list, and would you change any of the listings on your list?
I wouldn't.
Or their positions.
Yeah. Because it would possibly be positions, but it's hard because I feel like there are different reasons why like I appreciate each different costume. So even like when we discussed like ranking initially, I was like, I don't know. So I had to kind of just think in my mind, because I'll give you a great example. Like Gone with the Wind as an honorable mention. That's not to diminish it or to say it's below, but it's because Gone with the Wind is one of those that kind of stands for itself, and it's always going to end up on the list as far as best costume, which it deserves. But then I wanted to kind of give attention to films that, in comparison to films like Gone with the Wind, probably don't get as much, or some at least. Some of them were obviously films that have some love, but I just wanted to kind of just break out of the mold a little bit. So I would say I was kind of satisfied with my list, but it was hard because I kind of went back and forth about which ones to include. I just feel like there are so like many you could do. And so like even with so I would say maybe I'd move. That's hard because I'm trying to think of, no, I guess I wouldn't, because I was thinking like maybe the Wiz would go down slightly, and I was like, but then what would go up? So so it's one of those things where I think I'm cool with it.
And that's part of the reason why I like rankings, because it really does force you to think about which ones really are there. And when you sit here and look at this list, it's one of those where if you look at the list and go, no, that really should be lower, or that should be higher. I think when you look at all of the names back to back to back to back, that's something that really stands out and really does force you to go, well, no, I mean, I love all these films, but I love this is the right order for me at this time. That's why I like the exercise of the ranking of stuff like this. For me, my list is my best costume list. See, because when I look at my list, it's such a hard one because again, it's I don't really think about fashion and costumes that much.
Mm-hmm.
And every single film on this list are films that I love.
Right.
But before going through this exercise, to really sit there and go, okay, well, how much of this is just I love the film versus I love the film because of the costumes and the costume design. So to me, this was a great exercise to go through and go, well, yeah, I mean, I love My Fair Lady, but are the costumes on My Fair Lady really 5 or 6 positions lower than Mary Poppins? Like, well, kind of in my mind, yes. So and then okay, well, Event Priscilla, Queen of the Desert won an Oscar, but is that really better than My Fair Lady, or is it one worse than The Avengers? So in my mind's eye, when I look at all these on my list, I love all the costumes, and to me they're all in the right place, at least for me at this time. I mean, 3 weeks from now they could all change, but it's weird because when I look at Coming to America being 1 spot higher than Willy Wonka, it's like, well, but when you really think about the impact the costumes have, the look of the characters, the look of the cultures, the look of the costumes have on Coming to America, yeah, to me it is one higher on my list than Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. They're both really high, but so I still stand by my list as well. So that's my list. That's your list. Anyone who's watching, put your list in the comments section. I'm sorry we didn't get to any comments. We did have one comment from Joyce Venice who says hi. So Joan Venice. So Joan Venice, hi. I'm sorry I didn't bring it up earlier, but your comment in the chat did pop up. So I'm now mentioning it like 2 hours later. But yeah. So thank you everyone for watching. Thank you, D Movieman, for coming on. I'm sorry that we went 4 hours, but this is the longest live stream I've ever done. And this is the longest video on my channel. I didn't intend for it to go this long, so but it was a phenomenal discussion, and I really, really appreciate you suggesting the topic and coming up with the lists and being patient with me, and thank you for such a great discussion too, because these are not conversations that I've really ever had about movies. So I love when you brought up the idea. I give you the credit for coming up with the idea. I love the idea of it, and I love the discussion that we had. So thank you for coming on. Hopefully I didn't take your entire Saturday. I mean, I took half a shift's worth. It took 4 hours of your Sunday. So thank you for coming on. Tell me, do you have anything else coming up on D Movieman that we can look forward to?
Honestly, right now, just playing catch up. I'm trying to finish out the Queen Charlotte series. I have just a couple more videos to knock out for that, and just everything else. I think I'll have my alternative casting video coming up, and I'll probably just do a video where I just kind of give my thoughts on what I've seen recently. And I'm also considering doing a video on Old Boy, since it's not my first time watching recently, and it was quite an experience. So yeah, so those are some things you can definitely look forward to.
Absolutely. So thank you. D Movieman is the film critic. It's the YouTube channel. It is the TikTok channel. It is your Instagram page, and it is also your Twitter handle. D Movieman across the board, and all the socials are on the 4 big socials at least. So thank you for coming on and having the conversation with me about the best costumes in movie history. So thank you everybody for watching. I've been Dragon Movie Guy, and we will see you next time. See you, everybody.